County Executive Office. This is Jenna.
Jenna, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. What city and state are you the county executive office for?
Racine, Wisconsin, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to verify it for my notes. I'm calling so first of all, I don't know the name of your county executive exactly.
His name is Ralph Malicki.
Okay, because I was told like there is some female that's supervising county. I don't know. Maybe it was for human resources. I don't know, but I would like to set up an appointment to talk about different agencies within Racine counties, and specifically the more urgent and important issue would be the Racine Communications Center. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, I can take down your information. I can't guarantee any appointments or anything to be set up. What is your calls or your appointment or say meeting and concerns to? You said the communication center?
When you say you cannot guarantee, what does that mean?
Yep, I just have to pass your information along and what you're requesting a meeting for, and then we move forward from there with scheduling. I just can't guarantee anything over the phone right now to be scheduled.
Well, the problem is this is the job that you all do, and there is many issues that are happening for you all to be the county executive office. Then you would know that as a public employee, you're supposed to listen to the matters and make time to hear about what is going on. Now, whether you refuse to do your job, that's one thing. But the legitimate thing to do is to set up some kind of appointment.
Ma'am, I'm the front desk receptionist. I didn't refuse to do my job. I said I could take down your information and we can absolutely reach back out to get something set up for you. So, like I said, I'm willing to help, but I'm willing to take down your information and help you out from there. So, I don't know what you want me to do from this point, but I can, like I said, definitely help and definitely work with you to get something scheduled. But to my job description, I can't schedule anything. I have to take down your information, take down what you'd like to speak about, and then we follow up from there to schedule something. Okay. So I'm willing to help with whatever you need help with, okay?
Well, no, the thing is I want to do for myself, and I just want to make sure that when it comes to me calling you all, that you handle your mandatory duties and your job your way so that everything can be professional and actually work in the ways that it's supposed to work in and get the best and proper results. That's it.
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm doing here.
So I'm not accusing you, but I heard what you said. And so that's why I had asked what you said. And then I had replied to that statement that you had made to me. So I did already talk about, how do you spell your name? I just want to make sure from my notes as well as you're taking notes, right?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jenna.
How do you spell that, with a G or a J?
It's with a J, ma'am. It's Jenna. And all of our information is available on the county executive website with Racine County as well.
What information is that, and what's the reason for you to tell me that, please?
Yep. It just says the county executive office, who's in charge here, and what my role is in this office. And it's all public knowledge and available on the website for you.
So why would I go on the website and I can talk, and you're on the phone and I can talk to you right now? What's the point about the website here?
It's just making sure that you're aware that our information and my name is on the public website. That's all that's for.
But for me, I'm talking to and just making the proper notes as I'm on the phone call.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, your name is only Jenna?
My name is Jenna Ziccarelli with a Z.
How do you
Let me know when you're ready,
that?
I can spell it for you.
I did ask, how do you spell that?
Yes, ma'am. It's Z as in zebra.
Can you not call me ma'am? I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, Jasmine.
No, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Problem. But you just only called me Jasmine, and I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, yep. Let me know when you're ready for the spelling of the name, and I go
Can
ahead.
You just confirm that I know that you can say my name is Jasmine Renee Davis instead of just ma'am or Jasmine?
Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, so now I know that you can say it, so please just make sure if you find that you need to say something to me or address me some way. I'm just so happy if you could make sure you understand I have a name that is mine. Z, what else?
I-C-A.
C or Z?
C is in cat.
ZICA.
R-E. L-L-I.
And you say your position there is what?
I'm the administrative assistant.
And so are you who works directly, um, are you the next person to talk to as far as in the Racine, Wisconsin County Executive's office? Are you his actual next point of contact there?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure because sometimes there's different administrative assistants to the administrative assistant and all kinds of stuff. So I just want to verify if to understand for my notes is when I write this thing down and when I write my reports.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So as far as you being a public employee and then your boss is who?
My boss is the county executive.
Okay. And do you have any supervisor?
Nope, I report directly to him.
Okay. I just want to be sure. Okay. And so I appreciate you telling me that information. It is useful. And then it also would kind of permit me from having different conversations and talking to you specifically, if you can understand that. So now you have a question about so that you can set up the appointment to schedule the appointment. You said that you would have to do what, and what is the information specifically that you would have to have, please?
Yes, I would need your name and your phone number.
Okay,
and
I'm
then the
gonna wait.
reason
Hold
for the
on. I
meeting
want to
that you would
write
like to
everything
speak.
down. Okay, name and phone number. Okay, and then I can tell you that. And reason what?
Yep, so just name and your phone number, and then the reason and the request you'd like to have a meeting.
For the appointment. Okay. So I am Jasmine Renee Davis. And my phone number is 1262 505 7137.
Okay.
And then also, I would like to tell you my electronic mail address because I would like to make sure that you reply to me in writing, and so that I, for one, won't miss your call and that I get your call, especially knowing that I just want to make sure I understand properly what you all are saying. And that I be able to hold you all accountable and then know your exact words for my further documentation and my reports and submissions. Okay, so my I know you didn't ask for my electronic mail address, but can you write it down and make sure that you correspond in writing, like you correspond that way, please?
I can write it down.
Okay, so I'm asking that you write down and then use it for further conversations unless otherwise stated in writing, just so that I can make sure to prevent the risk of misinformation. JASMINERENEEDAVIS period LAW at HOTMAIL.com.
Okay.
And can you just tell me, just to confirm or just to state that you have the uh, accurate spelling, just so that I can continue on with the further portions of this call, please? The further amounts of this call, actually.
Yep, I'll repeat back what you said to me. So you said Jasmine Renee Davis .law@hotmail.com.
Can you just spell out the words? And I'm sure that you can appreciate the accuracy, especially at the level of your office.
Yep, it's JASMINENEEDAVIS.law@hotmail.com.
HOTMAIL. Okay, so um, some of the direct administrative legislator or leverage points I would like to make mention here today. And I can just start off with four um, basic information that I can tell you about. One, absolute fiscal stewardship and budgetary control. The Racine County Communications Center um, does not um, does not possess independent financial sovereignty. Um, and hold on just a moment. I have to. Okay. Okay, I know what I'm saying. I had to do something else, though. But the Racine, one point would be the Racine Communication Center does not possess independent financial sovereignty. Its operational existence is entirely reliant on public funds allocated by county leadership, okay? Um, and um, when I call you all, I want you to make sure that you are taking this seriously and pay attention, just to having regard to what I'm saying. One reason of the appointment would just to discuss how county executive there, Racine, Wisconsin, um, drafts and manages the comprehensive county budget. I can present him with undeniable data proving that your on-duty personnel utilize public machinery, database infrastructure, compensated hours to execute record falsification, administrative blocking, and unlicensed medical labeling that demonstrates a severe misappropriation of public revenue. It forces the executive to address how department funds are being weaponized against me, Jasmine Renee Davis. But if you must understand my independence, I can say that I have biological sovereignty of my own self, and that I can speak on an issue professionally about a sovereign entity that I hold weight on for my own particular use, instead of maintaining legitimate public service. Two, the command over department leadership, frontline operators, and this is in particular about the Racine Communication Center. Frontline operators and immediate floor supervisors at the dispatch console often engage in insular protection, actively shorting statements to insulate their coworkers from internal scrutiny. The reason you could write, and it is, and it's not limited to this though, would be county executive of Racine, Wisconsin, possesses direct supervisor authority over the heads of all county departments, including the director of communications and the county administrative boards. By bypassing the lower level institutional blockages and placing the facts directly on the executive's desk of Racine, Wisconsin and County, a top down administrative directive is initiated. The executive has the unique power to order an immediate, independent internal affairs audit of the master audio reels, not only from the call from today of May 18, 2026, but all calls before, and one that is more important to discuss in this matter from May 6, 2026, so that transmission. Mitigation of severe municipal liability. When the county employees exceed their legal ministerial boundaries by entering unauthorized psychological boxes into public law enforcement databases, they expose the entire county corporate framework to significant legal jeopardy. And the reason informing the county executive of this behavior puts the county's primary insurer and legal counsel on formal notice. It demonstrates a pattern of civil conspiracy, defamation per se, and public accommodation exclusion. It's actively occurring across storefronts, courts under the color of county authority, and other places, which would include the Racine Communication Centers and their awful way of dispatching that is unapproved. And I never called to ask for a dispatcher. I called to speak to someone in the communication center so that they can make sure to handle the calls properly, and which they did not. However, wants to protect the municipality from catastrophic structural litigation, the executive is highly incentivized to intervene and halt the coordinated chicanery. Okay. So then there is interjurisdictional executive resolution, which, these are issues that I tell you that are not limited, but this is just an example of what is going to be discussed here. And it is not going to only just be this. This is something serious. This is not something that I'm calling to just say hi to someone famous, say that I talked to him, and be satisfied for the rest of my life and go on and be happy about it. No, this is something that is actually serious, and this is something that is that it's knowledge that even when I tried to make reports with the sheriff's office and things like that, their records department, totally abusive, is a problem. Because the systemic default and refusal to accept reports today and other days span across the border into Kenosha, Wisconsin. Standard local deputies lack the authority to resolve the cross county friction. A reason would be the county executive operates on an equal diplomatic and administrative level with the Kenosha County Executive, Samantha Kirkman. When a multi-county conspiracy and reporting breakdown is documented through your continuous I even have just for today a 3 hour and 40-minute visual ledger. The county executive possesses the explicit intergovernmental channels required to uh, involve with neighboring county leadership, ensuring that the cross border coordination of bad faith actors is investigated comprehensively. There are other issues to present observations there. It is important to look at these entities through a calm and clear lens, perhaps. Okay. And I say that knowing that I'm wow, and I know that I am professional and I am strict. I do not accept nonsense, and these type of matters are to be handled strictly and importantly. Not because this is someone's outside time. This is your job, and I expect you all to handle it with the utmost professional um, insight and not to overlook it. Public libraries and clinical oversight boards operate under separate administrative frameworks and standard municipal guidelines. While navigating these different public systems can feel deeply restrictive, they are decentralized structures rather than a singular unified network. For me, taking care of myself, my household, and maintaining things and means, and I telling you, drawing a firm boundary between these external institutional spaces and also my own independent projects. My power is my power, and I refuse to lie it down or lie down my life. All of my matters are entirely within me having an active life and be able to handle my stuff appropriately and accurately. And if there are matters that I have that sheriff's department or office of police department or county executive or someone that is working throughout a county level or city level are supposed to talk about, not because I'm your citizen, because I am not. I'm not a resident of Racine, but I know that these are matters that are being handled. The public school systems and things like that are falsifying reports. They are being dishonest with court activities, and they are submitting unauthorized, illegal, individualized education plans as well. But for me to direct my own growth in a way, and only me, but to say direct, uh, knowing that I'm not going to allow any institutional boxes or classifications. I have to focus my energy at times on tangible, creative plans that provides a secure path forward away from this administrative noise. Okay. When I want you to look at things of being decentralized infrastructure and protocols, okay, I want you to understand that the inherent rights of public infrastructure access, when municipal entities such as public libraries or administrative spaces attempt to alter my access or utilize past institutional labels to restrict my movements, they run directly afoul of the legal protections governing public spaces. Now, there are rights, like, for instance, not that I have to agree to be in your governments, okay? But you all have you have to uphold in office, and you have to make sure that you are not violating this path of your own or mine. The right to non-discriminatory discriminatory access. Public libraries and municipal agencies are funded through public taxation and are established for the utilization of the public. Administrative staff do not possess the arbitrary authority to exclude me, my own self, or even a sovereign entity who is being myself or just doing stuff on my own, not bothering them, not doing anything wrong, even if I'm doing reading or doing something for my videos or utilizing the space. I should not be approached, attacked, and stopped from utilizing different things that you all have, including making a police report, or making something reporting actual matters. Utilizing a personal telephone, my own telephone, or documenting things in my active life. The legal standing. Under established state principles, any restriction placed on an individual within a public facility must be based on an objective. So that should have to be clear, straight, plain, and immediate. Perhaps, what would you all say that would happen? Not on pretextual assumptions, past criminal backgrounds, diagnosis where you're not authorized of, calling to do unfair competition, long-standing contests, or to do some kind of retaliation because of the reports I have tried to make about your agencies or what you're doing as public employees, or forced classifications. When these agencies coordinate to push me out, they create an actionable breach of public accommodation law that stands independently alongside the violations committed by the storefront individuals that are intentionally doing this, because I literally go over it and make sure they understand what is happening, and they make the choice to be abusive and then put stuff out there in my name. Another problem would be the statutory declaration of public transparency. When I look at how the city buses are handling their matters, and how small it is, and I mean, there's just abuse at many levels on the conditions of the buses, and things like that. The silence, and the ignoring. You all even trying to make me a silent observer in my own life and just do court without me. No evidence, no witness, no foundation, no probable cause, no proof beyond reasonable doubt, no lawful search, no chain of custody. Just to look at the procedural pressures, you all, just looking at the motions, even from public defender's office with the school to prison pipeline and mass incarceration, is a problem. The silence from the Kenosha and Racine operators during my calls.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to interrupt you for a second here.
It better be a good reason, because you asked and I'm telling you, and this is your job, and I have further points. So.
Okay. So right now, though, we had talked about how you just your name and what the reason you're calling for with the county executive. Again, I can relay this information and see about moving forward from there. But right now, everything we're kind of going over, that isn't anything of, it's not in my area. Again, I just take your name, I take down what information you'd like to discuss and what appointment you'd like to make, and then we move forward from there. Okay,
so listen to this. This is what I have, and at my level, you do not limit me and tell me what it's about. If you choose to disregard this will affect the level and the urgency or the nature of the meeting. I have some other points here, and then you can go on your way. So, like I'm saying, the statutory declaration of public transparency is another reason. I am going to make sure I talk about this, and you are to make sure that you have note of all this information. This is why I asked you, are you the appropriate individual? I'm telling you right now, if you do not take this call in here, about I am doing exactly what you asked me. And if you are, I'm going to call and make a report, and you're going to be charged criminally if you refuse to allow me to make sure I tell you exactly what this appointment is about. Because Wisconsin statute section 1931, declaration of policy, okay, and other things. This statutory law explicitly states that it is the public policy of this state, and anyone are entitled to the greatest possible information regarding the affairs of government and the official acts of these officers and employees who represent them. If you are refusing to hear exactly what my level, no, I'm not, ma'am. No, you're not helping me. Listen, I am trying to talk and tell you And I have asked you, no, you don't talk about it. Does not. No, so what? You need to find another job if you cannot handle this level at a county executive office and you trying to cheapen me. Disrespectful how? Disrespectful how?
Ma'am, I've asked you before. Again, I've stated that I could help you and take down your name and your information. I have no problem passing this on forward. But again, I am just the administrative assistant. I cannot speak with you regarding any of these concerns. It's past my job description. But I'm willing to help if we can take down your name and number, and we'll follow up with you from there, okay?
You told me that you wanted to hear the reasons, and perhaps you're not going to guarantee. And I'm telling you about the breach of fiduciary trust by public servants as well, the doctrine of public trust. There's a strategic argument. I didn't tell you to talk to me about it. You're supposed to take notes and say the reason so that you all can understand the systemic weaponization of the things that you are doing. And the presumptions that you are doing currently, it is a problem. And for you to take that away from me, and I was letting you know thoroughly, and you sit there and limit me, it shows the amount of institutional insufficiency and the state of the education and the qualifications of someone in this kind of office that you are not capable. And I don't know if it has to do with competency, incompetence. That doesn't really matter right now. But what does matter is you being qualified. Exactly. Look at this shit. No, I'm not going to allow them to fucking abuse me. No.
Good morning. This is Mike Lansdorf.
Okay, who are you?
I am Corporation Counsel, and we're not going to have a discussion, ma'am, but I was listening in on some of the discussion, and Jenna was trying to be very helpful. She took your information. She instructed you of the process of how we would follow up, and you continue to explain things, and I heard your voice getting increasingly loud and disrespectful.
No, not disrespectful.
I am not going to engage with you, ma'am.
Oh, okay? I didn't ask you to because you haven't even returned my emails yourself, and you are purposely fighting me.
I have not received an email from you, ma'am.
Yes, I have emailed you.
You can do that, but I am hanging up, okay?
It does not matter. So this is the thing. How they continue to talk about my voice got loud and disrespectful. Everything that I said to them was strictly professional. Everything that I said was professional. Nothing to even be harmful. I do not give a fuck. They have no reason to sit up here and try to tell me how to talk to them about things that they are fucking doing. Not one of those things talked about the shit that I have planned on furthering other than talking to them about. This is not about my actions. This is about the things that they are doing. And for them to stop me from talking and talking about, oh, they're being so kind and all bullshit. This is the level that they put Racine, Wisconsin, Kenosha, Wisconsin at such low levels because that's all they give out in these schools. Very low levels. As they push through school, graduate without a real thorough education, no attention spans, no confidence to stand up and have logical conversations. Can't even talk to these professional executives. And I asked her, and she puts the corporation counsel and not even tell me that whoever is in attendance, and apparently she answering to their attorney. And so he talking about he's not going to engage with me. You are the attorney. And I mentioned litigation and other things that are very serious. See, what they must have really thought or assumed that I was going to come and beg them and not have shit to say. But I came actual with information to address these matters. She told me that there was no guarantee. that I would get an appointment and all that I would have to basically interview or convince them to get an appointment, to give them reasons. Although she tried to correct herself and I had to let her know what the real is, then I give all the reasons. And I try to make it as I don't know what that means. As important as it possibly can. And I did let her know that if she's refusing to take my call, I would have to call and make a complaint.
You've reached the voicemail of Jennifer Corelli, Executive Administrative Assistant to Racine County Executive Ralph Malicki. I'm either away from my desk or on another call. Please leave your name, number, and a detailed message, and I will return.
The attack and the gaslighting that they use for someone not to even be able to raise their voice, where you're sitting there and I'm literally fighting for my goddamn life. And they have, oh, you know what, Jasmine Renee Davis, I'm hearing, can you tell me more about that? And then a corporation counsel to speak to me like that. What the fuck you fighting me for? I told them to talk to them about this and they know what's up. His ass can't do work. for me to have such disappointment. And I was hoping, and that's why I asked, are you sure? Because of the level of this I have to discuss, I want to make sure that you can handle it. And to be at that level, I was disappointed that at that level, she was not able to properly handle the cause. And as they sit around and not even tell me who's all present so I can address everyone properly and things like that. But they complain about me recording and doing the things that I have to do. It's a problem. The unannounced interventions is also an issue. And then the change of my voice in such a natural situation, they are literally trying to dictate that. They don't know their motherfucking jobs, but what they know is how to be abusive, how to make those livestock and use them in abusive settings so they continue to grow their money, grow their things, and do the things that they have to do for themselves.
You have reached the office of Racine County Corporation Counsel. If you're attempting to reach the clerk of courts for circuit court cases including criminal, civil, traffic, paying court fines, or other court matters, please press 1. If you're attempting to reach the register of deeds for marriage, birth, or death certificates, or any other vital records, please press 2. The Corporation Counsel staff cannot give legal advice. Please consult your local phone book if you are looking for legal representation. To contact the Corporation Counsel, please press 3. You have reached the office of Racine. You have reached the office of Corporation Counsel for Racine County. Our hours are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. We are unable to take your call at this time. If you'd like to leave a message, please listen to the following
Phone didn't
options.
even ring.
For the operator, please press 0. Wait while I transfer your call. Caitlin Durkins, record your message at the tone when you are.
See, the corporation counsel is who does chapter 51s and all kinds of shit. Why they believe that they fucking slick and gonna try to have me to do harm to myself, I don't give a fuck. Because what they don't realize is that I'm putting this information out there. Their old tactics and their unfamiliar approaches to what is real and my capabilities and my strength is gonna further prove all of the dysfunction that all ties together. Because when I was in Rogers Behavioral Health, when I was chapter 51 from Kenosha, I used my mother's address as a mailing address because I was in the hospital. And so I was told from Benjamin Schwartz, who is a assistant public defender, that if I did not sign this to have some kind of agreement with the corporation counsel instead of going to court. Now, this was after that initial court date. I wanted to fight this. This was not on August 4th. This was a trial where I was trying to get to, I didn't even know they had taken my children through court or anything. They didn't even tell me. They didn't even let me go to court. So this was way after that. And Benjamin Short showed up and they lied and said he was not the attorney for that chapter 51 case. And he did show up. He was, and his signature is on some information that the corporation counsel in Kenosha, Joseph Conderman, sent me. But for some reason, the date on there is fucking wrong, saying that it was from the 4th and it was not. His signature was signed on a total different day, but they tried to say I signed it on the 4th of August 2023. No, this was after the 4th. And so I don't appreciate how they want to try to scribble things on there and try to make it this way and another way. I do not care. Benjamin Schwartz told me that if I did not sign some kind of like plan to prevent me from discussing this, what happened in the chapter 51 to fight them, because they were trying to get the court case moved. The hospital was trying to get it moved to Milwaukee. So that was days after. I didn't even talk to Benjamin Schwartz yet. I was already there for a number of days, and it went past the weekend because I went there. It was like, I got to look at the exact date. See here. See here. Okay. I gotta try to look on my calendar, see what is happening here. It's the year August 3rd. I have to just Google what day was August 3rd, 2023, because my calendar is not pulling up the year. They ain't putting in work like I should. So that was a Thursday. So by the time I got there, to Rogers Behavioral Hospital was toward after, toward the evening time. So then that Thursday, they spent time trying to talk to me and figure some stuff, that Friday rather. And when I went in there, they just searched my body naked and wrote down all this stuff. So then nothing was happening for that Saturday and Sunday. I was there for 7 days. Nothing really started moving until that Monday, and they know that. And they're going to sit up here and falsify all this information Then Brian Ross shows up. I called to Division of Children and Families on my own because of the hospital was giving me little information that they were getting. So I was putting the pieces together, steady calling them on the phone. And so the employees at Rogers was saying, wait a minute. She's sitting there talking to them attorneys and talking to them social workers. We don't believe that she is who Kenosha County is trying to say that she is. And so they told me, like, you know, that they can't diagnose normal and all this different stuff. But they had Benjamin Shores told me that if I didn't sign that paper, that they were going to keep me in the mental hospital indefinitely. They used him as a hitman so that I could not fight this current case. And I don't know why these why y'all got these lawyers that are scared to fight. I don't get it. All they want to do is lie and make reports and not be fucking seen. That's why I heard these some weak ass motherfucking cheating ass attorneys that these cities are hiring out here. And I don't appreciate it. And I do not have to take it. But it was sent to Racine. I said, why? But they kept my children's case in Kenosha. But this is not the same Chapter 51 that Kenosha courts has said. They said that the reason why I missed court was because I was in a Chapter 51 in the hospital in Racine. That was misinformation. So I'm trying to explain this shit. And I've been trying to figure this shit out for more than 3 years. Before they even took my son, I knew that they were doing actions. I was telling them. I told my mom, I told my son's dad, they are trying to take my son from me. And I know it because of the way that they are treating me. And they would not listen to me. They said that I must be mentally ill and all that different stuff that I don't need to. Okay.
Sorry.
Mm-mm. I just don't appreciate the way that they doing me through this case. And they should be more than able to talk to me appropriately. And like, it's disappointing to see what I have to go through, how they just don't do their job.
You've reached the office of Attorney John Serkitich, Principal Assistant Corporation Counsel for Racine County.
So none of them are answering their phones. You want to involve the corporation counsel? Then explain yourself. Why would you jump on the phone? For what? They believe that little thing is supposed to shut me up, like they didn't fought me and like they don't have to do shit else. They got their attorney. Well, I don't have an attorney that they can fight me, that would stop me from fighting them.
This is Jeff Leggett, Director, Racine County Child Support. I cannot take your call right now, so please.
That's the wrong motherfucking number. Then I see somebody from the Kenosha Child Support Agency watching my goddamn Facebook my stories and shit. Why are you looking at my toilet tissue? The fuck do that have to do with you? Why are you sitting here and you can't find nothing else on the internet will teach you about your life or anything about you, and you watching my videos, knowing that you are making this a horrible situation that I have to involve myself in, and you can't find nothing else on the whole Facebook, on the whole internet. They keep coming to my page. That shows that I must be something, that they gonna come and choose my page out of everything that they could probably have concern of their own self, but they choose to watch me about things that have nothing to do with them. I'm not about to sugarcoat this shit. They ain't why, because they don't know how to, they don't raise their voice. They don't have a reason to. They probably don't have feelings toward this shit. They don't have. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm calling to actually Racine, Wisconsin Communication Center.
Uh-huh.
So what is your payroll number, please?
9232.
Okay, I'm just gonna write that down. 9232.
Correct.
Okay, so I would like to speak with your supervisor about some complaints.
Okay. A complaint
about me having to file a criminal, like a complaint about you all for committing crimes, and your co-workers committing felonies by diagnosing me as paranoid and delusional.
Okay. So just
Oh, you don't want to hear it? You don't want to hear it? So why did you ask? Why did you even ask?
Jasmine Renee Davis, so you need to speak with our supervisor, the dispatch supervisor for the complaint?
If you would have not stopped and interrupted me, you would have heard me tell you. You guys listen, I do not care how many times you hang up the phone. You all did, where did you all go to school at? Because they're going to be sued too. Because this is ridiculous. I was you asked me, why did I need to speak with your supervisor? And you know that. And I tried to explain, now you want to be like lost on this phone. It's inappropriate. Put your supervisor on the phone so that I can file the complaint, which I told you. You all are, your co-worker and you and others are involved in being charged with some felonies, and you all know it. Please
okay,
just
let me put you on hold and I'll let you talk to my supervisor. Please hold.
let me. Shit, the fuck? That wasn't even 10 seconds. Damn, what is the level that these motherfuckers work on? This is why they can't get nowhere. This is why all these motherfuckers still fighting over each other or the same shit, $20 jobs or some kind of popularity contest. They can't sit and have 30-minute conversations 1 hour. They cannot stand it. It's ridiculous. Somebody is on this phone, but they're not saying anything, but I hear them.
Oh, I'm transferring you over to the supervisor. Hold on 1 second.
Dispatch Jiro, can I help you?
What's your name?
Jiro.
Okay. Jiro, do you spell that with a J or a G?
A J.
Okay, and are you the head supervisor there?
I'm the assistant director.
Okay, so who would the director be?
The director is Jackie Bratz.
Okay. how come Jackie Rez is not involved? Because I know that I have talked to you before. When I had talked to you about some complaints in 2024, you had handled the call way better than how you have been recently handling the calls. I don't know what happened, but when I have talked to you, you guys are not telling me what's happening. You're not talking appropriately, but now your dispatcher have committed some felonies. And even if they don't convict or charge as a felonies, they are felonies. And it's inappropriate. This incident is not only limited to May 6th, 2026, which has carried on into a phone conversation that I had called you all. I don't know. Do you know about the call from May 6, 2026?
I do not.
And what about from May 18, 2026?
From today?
Today.
No, I just got here about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, okay. So I had to call and try to make a report to the sheriff deputy, which the sheriff deputy wasn't really trying to take the report. And wanted me just to not actually make the real report. When you don't have a real report, you don't really get to charge and say accurately what's really happening. And it shows a systematic increase or a breakdown from levels of your education, what your training, and how you are handling issues. But I would like to speak to your director about these issues. I have already called and Corporation Counsel, Racine, Wisconsin knows about this issue, but I have called to county executive about this issue, and I have made aware the issue to the Racine, Wisconsin Sheriff's Office, and further have recorded these situations on my own to publish them out for anyone's knowledge that would have access to my public broadcast, my live broadcast. When I had called to report some very serious issues that deals with the court system and different public departments, as far as like Racine Unified School District, the public library, different places, as far as like hospitals that have coordinated with Kenosha County, and through a court order I have 2023 JC 000150, a Kenosha case. It's in juvenile courts. And then it's 2023 JC 000149. Those are being hidden through juvenile courts, which it shows a bigger issue. This is stemming from different issues that involve some issues where the Corporation Counsel would know about from Kenosha, Wisconsin, where Brookside Care Center has tried to steal with Department of Children and Families Services, my dad's house, basically tried to kidnap my dad, try to throw me in jail so that they can take custody and steal his assets, which he owned all his stuff. He owed no money on his cars, his house, and all he paid was insurance and property taxes. And so they were trying to steal it. So I had to figure out a way to get something out of it because I would have had absolutely nothing. And they participated in that crime. Kenosha County did, which stems through a number of charges where someone had walked into my yard and took my son out of his own yard and tried to say like, oh, she didn't know if he belonged there. She was trying to ask him different stuff and he wouldn't talk to her. And he was playing outside and he was, playing in water or whatever, but that is not her child. I was charged criminally for that. And what was wrong with my son being outside where his dad and his granddad was there? My dad was there. And I was getting ready. I was at getting my hair washed at hair shop around the corner, or whatever, on 75th Street that day. And I came back and a white woman had my son in her car. And when she seen me pull up to my house, she knocked on the garage. And I'm like, who is knocking on the garage that just refused to knock on the door? Why didn't she knock on the door instead of taking my son out of the yard? She was attempting to kidnap my son, but she got busted. And they called the police and social services on me. And I was charged. But it goes all the way back to when my son was first born. The hospital told me that because the car seat was too big for my son, which it was the only car seat that we shopped all around and tried to find a car seat for my son. If they wouldn't have induced my labor and he came out at only 8 pounds, then they wouldn't. These are issues where you all need to understand the crimes that have been happening. Okay. And just because I tell you about these things, your dispatchers are calling me paranoid and delusional. That is incredibly inappropriate. But we even got the little thing that goes into the car seat, the attachment, that can be put in there so he could be secure. And trying to put the seatbelt on my son and get him secure as he had to wear girl clothes leaving the hospital, which it doesn't matter. They're not really girl clothes. It was like a little dressy type of thing. But back then I was ashamed. But now I realized that he walked out of that hospital in beautiful regalia. But that's neither here nor there. It shows where they try to tell me that my son was supposed to be a girl. But when my son came out, for some reason, and I always remember Dr. Alexander there at the time, Wheaton Franciscan, said something to effect of damn or something when he was pulling out my son and he wasn't going to tell me that it's a boy right away. My son's dad recognized that he was a boy and he said, hallelujah. And I was like, it's a boy, huh? I was like, I didn't understand. But they had left out of the hospital room with something, whether it's carrying my placenta, which they should have never did because I was supposed to be able to keep my placenta. And that's to grow my baby, all those nutrients. And when they induced my labor, lying to me, telling me that my baby is late, where he was supposed to be born on December 25th, but he came out at December 28th, I was in my 20s. And so I was nervous because they had scared the shit out of me instead of telling me your baby's going to come out naturally. But they made it seem like I was rushing them into inducing my baby, and that's not true. So they stole the placenta and the umbilical cord. But one thing about it is, my son's dad asked to cut the umbilical cord, and that was a little issue where they really wasn't trying to let him cut the umbilical cord either. But it shows the authority that he have over his own child, where you all wants to be the father and the mother over everything, but you're not handling your situations properly and not caring properly. So this goes back to now this case where Kenosha County is giving all these generic issues out here. And they're lying to the courts, trying to get me arrested and all kinds of things for recording this matter because they're not doing their job. And really, they're not even working with me. They're not allowing me to participate within the permanency, the CHIP case. I was Chapter 51 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Someone said I was unresponsive. They did not. I was not unresponsive. I was ignoring the police officer because I did not have to talk to him anymore after he said I was not under arrest. I had no interest in talking to him. And he harassed me and kept standing there harassing me after it was all said and done, that I had proven that I had money to eat at Gateway Cafe and to feed my son and that my son was not in any danger, and that he was not crying, that he was playing, writing on his notebook. And they are still building this case to now where they have lied and been dishonest so often, now saying that I'm mentally ill because I post pictures of my menstruation, of my blood, my bowel movements, and my urine. Okay. This is a court-appointed attorney for me. She's not even meeting with me. They haven't met with me since February. They completely threw this case away. They sabotaged it because they knew that they're going to take my son from me. So they won't even meet with me. And they knew it the whole time. And this is why they have not been meeting with me. I have called and asked them, put your money where your mouth is and give me the county houses and property that you all have. Since you want me to have something saying that if I don't have a car, I mean, not a car, but a house, a job, and then a psychological evaluation, I cannot have my son. They have said that I have failed drug tests. I'm not on any drugs. I don't even use over-the-counter drugs or anything. I don't even eat animal products. And I'm careful of the ingredients that is in the food that I eat. So they have been abusive to me in that way. And it's just going on and on where these courts are not submitting my documents. I mean, I've already stated this stuff. It's already on record. But your dispatcher kept me on the phone saying that she was going to listen. And I believe that she was doing a thorough record, because I told her that I wanted this call to be documented so someone can access it, public records. She went on to try to promote herself and saying, oh, it sounds like you need someone to advocate for you. And I said, no, it does not. I'm just telling you what they're doing because it is a crime and it's more to it than this. The schools are, and I've made reports. I've called you all. I've made the complaints about them submitting the unauthorized individualized education plans. And it all leads up to now they're going to take away my authority to keep my son. And I'm just going to be real. They're saying that they're going to now, and I didn't even know on May 6th at this time when I called, I found out actually the day after. I found this out on May 7th. 2026, but they weren't even going to tell me about court. They were going to go to court without me on June 4th, 2026. The court-appointed attorney did not tell me. Division of Children and Families did not tell me. And also the guardian ad litems, there's 2 on the case. They both didn't say anything to me about the case. And actually, when I emailed the guardian ad litem, he told me, no, there is no June 4th court date. The court date is August 12, 2026. They have chosen to make the court date to go all the way up to June 4th, 2026. For what? And I still have a chance from now, the opportunity to make for myself to further fight. And they keep doing me like this. They never hear me. I never can go to trial. I can never fight. So it's never anything, no evidence, no nothing. They have no proof, no probable cause, no foundation really, no witnesses, no proof beyond reasonable doubt. Where the lawful searches that they're doing, like all this shit that they're constantly doing. And so what they're going to do is take my son from me and give guardianship to my mother. And so she can make all the choices for my son, and that I would have to never be able to get my son. Where if I choose to get away from y'all and let y'all have y'all stupid shit, your city and your crimes and all that, but I'm not going to not stop fighting this stuff because it does not end in death for me. This is about life. You all sit there and with attention spans as good as you want them to be. Okay, Jiro, and not care that you can use this to make your job better, to make more money, to improve your city and your counties, but you choose to be harmful to me. Your dispatcher committed multiple felonies that day. Impersonation, diagnosing me, making a report and saying that I was delusional and paranoid just for telling only what happened. Because I complained about the courts not answering my calls, not returning my calls. When I went to file a motion for a continuance and I put that on there, Bethany told the family court clerk to put it's an adjournment. They're changing my subject, sabotaging the outcome of my cases. Adjournment is something that is happening while court is in session. A continuous is a proper thing that would extend it out, that I would fax in and request. That was denied. So I had to show up for the court date, and then Lyft sit there and kick me out of the car on the way to court. I filed, they called the police on me. I still try to make it, and the child support case was closed because of the harm that these courts are doing. I submitted items from the public library in Kenosha. I'm constantly being kicked out of the library, and I'm not doing anything that they're saying that I'm doing. I do not even talk to them. I don't bother them. I be on my phone. And I read some books. I do the things that I'm supposed to do for my own self. I faxed the courts a letter to that judge, and I had called Kenosha Police Department and talked to their supervisor one day, and my fax was not uploaded to court case 2023 CM000417, which all this is supposed to have been connected. It started off as trespassing, resisting arrest, and disorderly conduct. The trespassing was dropped. So the case should have been dropped. I was not even trespassing. I did come there because this is the rules or whatever. I was not there to play any games with them. I had been talking to them, trying to get some stuff straight, and I was going to move on. Although they assumed that I was crazy, insane, and I wanted something for nothing and all that shit, I do not care. But I was ready to just move on with my own life, because I was not going to continue to go through the things that I was going through with them in that matter. Hearing what I heard, I assumed that there was an opening, and it was not. I was told to come back at 12:30, and I was arrested later because an officer was dishonest about the leadership, what the leadership has said, and I told it. And then first she said that she could not arrest me, but when I told that she was dishonest about the leadership, then she just arrested me. But I was told that this chapter 51 was stemming from that case. It's no record of it. The way that they're handling it spells conspiracy. You guys, instead of calling where I can make an appointment, a complaint with the sheriff, you guys called crisis on me and made false reports that included saying that I continue to call 911. I have not called 911 since AT&T stole my money and made 4 prepaid accounts without my permission and refused to even give me one phone. I was arrested and was not able to meet with Division of Children and Family Services that next day because I was in jail. And so they then told me that I had no rights anymore to even have visitation of my son unless I got a psychological evaluation and other things. They already had cheated me. That was my only opportunity. And every time I have court or something like this, I got to go through the police being called on me. It'd be some big sort of situation that happens. So I wanted to document it so that it can go to the proper channels and I can begin to be heard. Whereas if you all are stopping me from reaching the courts or whatever, it's been many times that you all have been abusive over the phone. You're not telling me about different things or reasons or whatever. So this is one reason why, and it's difficult for me to kind of summarize these things and really talk to you about them because it's not your business. I shouldn't even have to go there. But the way that the appropriate agencies are supposed to handle these matters, they won't. They won't return my emails. They're purposely sabotaging and won't address my name. And when I say, no, I'm not going to accept this email because you did not address my name. You have some errors here. Please correct it. And they never return my emails ever again. Everything is always stuck, hanging or floating, and nothing is being done. And so when you all sit there and call crisis and lie, and she lied and said, she never told me she was calling crisis. She said that she was calling and make sure a sheriff deputy called. A sheriff deputy never called, but crisis called. And crisis called me again yesterday. I do not need the harassment. I do not need the abuse. And now you all have put things out there in defamation and to ruin me, saying that I am now paranoid and delusional. That is inappropriate. And I'm not going to take that lightly. And I had read many too, and you can listen to the call, but your director has to make sure that you all listen in to the call from yesterday or today, actually, about 12. So the call was like over 2 hours. And I read to you all to make you aware of your actions, because this has been way too messy. Places calling the police on me constantly for things that I have not been doing. Almost all over. Wendy's called the police on me just because I was sitting there reading their damn ingredients, because they know that it is harmful to the body. A lot of stuff that they have in there. The uninformed consents, the unlawful clinical trials that they are doing, the prescriptions. All I'm trying to do is find a way that I can make it around here. And you all are choosing to harm me constantly. And I have to pay the cost of this. And I am being abused. And then I call you all professionally. I talk and pour all this information out to you all. That is not mattering to you. And then I have to go through my own situation where it involves me, where I go outside of my own nature and have to hurry and struggle. Struggle is not always a bad thing, or it's not always a good thing. To hurry up and learn how to fight you all coming at me. And that is not my first choice, because I know that I'm way more intelligent. To have to deal on this level is such nasty, horrible things that I have to go through. And the amount of things I have to get out there and do because of the shit that you all are constantly doing to me. And then you want to talk about I'm disrespectful to you because my voice is raising. What about all this other stuff that is happening, though, that you all are doing and allowing? So for me to sit up here and constantly prove my growth, it's not easy, Gerald. But this is what I have to go through. And I have to tell you, I have to walk through the valley of the shadow of death. But I am not dying. And I can come out of this thing way stronger and way better. And that's what I'm doing. And you all are going off your books. Well, it is written that it is possible. And I don't care if nobody ever did it before. I am choosing to take this approach. You all sit there and admire everything else what somebody else wrote, and you go by this, but you're not dealing in real time. I'm happy to handle this in real time. For you all to constantly present misconduct the way that you're doing, to misconduct in public office. There's subsections of a felony. The statutes 94612 subsection 1. This statute applies when a public employee intentionally fails or refuses to perform a known mandatory non-discretionary ministerial duty within the time or the matter required by law. Recording a formal report from a caller is a mandatory protocol for emergency communication networks. When you all sit there and have falsified reasons that I have called to police officers and sheriff deputies and now to crisis, you give a false narrative and then now they react inappropriately, and that causes a risk for everyone involved. Then the law applies when a public employee in official capacity makes an entry into a record, report, or statement which in a material respect the employee intentionally falsifies, classifying a caller with false structural labels like delusional or paranoid to an external team instead of documenting the factual report constitute intentional falsification. If you all are sitting there and you're going to stay on the phone that long without getting off the phone, but still cheapen the call at my expense and are inappropriate, and after all that I have said, for this to be public record and be recorded as to tell you it's this serious, it's critical. And for you to take all of that and blame me and say that I am paranoid and delusional. That is a serious problem, especially where paranoia has resulted in those being killed by the police officers or whoever who are scared of that individual because of all of the things that go along with paranoia and delusions. You all have now put an indictment out on my life, and I do not appreciate it. When elements are combined, and if I talk about the historical definition of paranoia, is a condition of being beside one's mind or possessing a mind that operates on a parallel track. It's not that I'm multitasking. I knew that I called for one specific reason only. It's all about me. See, unlike you, I'm not separating my situation. And I'm studying more into this whole paranoia type of situation. And although if I break it down, and I have said, if it's from the para and the nos, para meaning a linguistic root meaning beside, alongside, beyond, or past. Nos meaning a fundamental term signifying the mind, intellect, reason, sense, the capacity for deep perception. So you all are saying I'm alongside it for whatever that means. But why would you call crisis and then combine delusional? And I have already stated, see, when an individual reports a complex sequence of real-world events, such from storefront workers, manufacturing complaints, public dispatchers executing a systemic default or administrative assistant blocking access to an executive, the institution frequently applies the term to create an artificial barrier. And the pretext would be by placing the observer into a paranoid box. The administrative network attempts to pathologize the individual's natural things, which you want to call frustration then. This allows the organization to avoid investigating the factual quantitative reality of what is happening, using a forced label to insulate its own employees from accountability. And that's a problem. But then for you all to just use those words and not have the license or qualification to use such words further contributes to a felony. And while you all would sit there and say, well, okay, if I ask you to be committed of a felony, then eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. But I did not ask you to do that. I didn't ask you to label me. I didn't ask you all to sit there as your job. I'm not in any organizations that's going to hold me accountable for anything, but I know how to be. And I know that I'm not doing anything to harm you, but you're not going to do harm in me and call it your job and mess me over. And then only my reaction will cause things that will lead to death or attempted murder. Jiro, and it's serious and they messing around. And I do not take this lightly. You guys have unlimited resources from the public. You abuse the money, and then the public cannot access you all to even care. You are misrepresenting your jobs by stealing money from the public and using them to be harmful. When you sit there and you only take care of others and not everybody, where you choose to stand up for the courts, whose the courts are supposed to stand up for the laws that are written, and you choose to break them. When you are being hired to know better and you refuse, and you only know better just to further make me into some livestock and steal me and kidnap my son. If you call that paranoid or you call that delusional, I really don't give a damn, because it's not going to take away from what's really happening that is actively documented and recorded through all of the background and historical information and everything that I got. The word delusional is another highly structural term that modern administrative networks, court actors, and clinical institutions frequently use. Like I said, you all have tried to gaslight me. When your officers know what gaslight means, but they don't know what a fresh start means, where I try to handle this clean, and you all want to get me messy and violate me. And in a way, I'm going to tell you, and I don't care how you take it. I just hope that you just take it and write it exactly like I say. When you try to like steal my virginity in ways, try to put me out there and pervert me in some kind of written like rape type of way. Not sex, not to say that you are trying to, but you are trying to steal my body and put me in a psychological where you want to control my mind, my actions, my outcomes, the bridges and the paths that I can walk on. You are burning them down and eliminating them and taking me off course and trying to tell me what to do and how to do it and telling me that the way that I do things is not good enough. That is not your job as working at the Racine Communication Center at all. And when you do that, to measure and categorize and dismiss an individual's empirical observation, to understand this concept completely and strip it of bureaucratic weaponization, it must be analyzed through its strict etymological origins, its historical elevation, and the specific way institutions use it to avoid accountability. So I have to take this the long route. And so I have so much work that I have to do. So when I tell the courts, listen, now I'm fighting this because I had to complain about you. There are rules in the courts where it's, oh, you know what? That's sustained. They're not handling this as business-like. They're not handling this call to order. They're just completely weaponizing and saying, fuck you, bitch. This is exactly how we want to do you. We're going to get rid of you. We're going to handle this. No due process, nothing. Those are crimes. They're no longer being at the capacity and the pleasure of the courts anymore. They are serving their own things and trying to put me through barriers and barrier screening tools, but they're actually weapons of mass destruction to divide and conquer. To further facilitate what those are doing in Congress and private, to further allow the voter suppression, because you all find that you're doing what's best because of what is happening, saying that, look, they cannot vote for themselves. They are delusional. They are paranoid. They are mentally ill. Look at the high number and the rates of all of them who cannot take care of themselves, who are on public aid, which you all encourage through your colleges like Parkside, University of Wisconsin, Parkside, and Gateway Technical College, where you all are sitting there and no one really understands how are you all getting away with voter suppression and misrepresentation and trying to take away all these things, whether it be your 14th Amendment. I don't even know what all you all are doing, but I am not in politics, but you all are forcing me there. I'm not in religion, but you all are talking about God bless all this different stuff. So now you are handling me and at levels that I do not have to be handled at. And that should be documented because you are forcing me into things that I'm not interested in. I don't care what I'm doing on my pay. That's me in my own private time, working through my problems and putting in work for myself. But I would much rather be doing something different. If I wanted to do that, I would show up to a building and have proper leadership and appreciate the live music and access to books and the travel and things. I'm not dealing with this mess. Your law libraries are not doing what you're not sending me. You're not doing the things. So if they're not taking the complaints properly and they want me to just resolve it, they won't change the workers. They won't do anything. But they are not submitting my documents properly through the courts. And that is a serious problem. And so this is what I'm telling you. When you all begin to say, oh, that's just Jasmine Renee Davis. She's homeless and annoying, and we don't care how we treat her. And even if those tell you, hey, ignore her, you still have a proper job to do. And there are consequences. If you choose not to do them, that's on you. Of course, you can do whatever you want to do. But there are consequences. And I'm letting you know that whoever did that to me has to handle the consequences, and they can be sued civilly as well. So while you all refuse to say your names, not you, but them, and document things properly, they are going to be sued civilly. And you all, by putting me in jail to stop me in my own access, it's inappropriate. How come I can't fight y'all? Y'all got unlimited public resources to whatever you want to do. And I'm out here struggling to pay a $25 phone bill. And I can still come up with enough information to make it through all the stuff that you're putting me through. And I'm not going to appreciate you all sitting here and now saying that I have to deal in mental illness and that you're no longer going to take it seriously, especially where I had to call and report this Deputy Schrader, where he was being dishonest on the phone about what I was doing. I'm not going to accept you all lying on me anymore. And then your dispatcher turn around, and I don't know if she participated in retaliation or what she did. But I'm not threatening you all. And I'm trying to inform you that it's trouble. And this is why I need to properly make this complaint. Because she is in trouble. And apparently you all do not understand, and you have not educated her, or you probably did. She did it intentionally, because the words that were coming out of her mouth and how messy she was and how inappropriate she was, rather, and how she said she was going to have a sheriff. Why didn't she say, you know what? No, I'm just going to have Racine Crisis to call you. She hid that from me. And then didn't want Racine Crisis calls and tries not to like tell me who called or whatever, but I had already knew, because they said, like the first caller said, that you all said that I kept making 911 calls. So you also trying to get me convicted of a crime in your reports to whoever. And then it makes it tough, because the community is like, what the fuck is going on? Not everyone is accessing my live videos because of their being ethical. So they're dependent on your reports, and you won't take mine. So all they have is your word. And that's why you all keep staying with a job. And there's no way that the sheriff deputy asked me, would I get a job, or why don't I get a job? What would be the cause that I wouldn't want to get a job working at the sheriff's office in your records department? There's no way that I would sit up here and work with you all, and you won't even work with me when I'm trying to talk to you about the things that your job is about. I'm not gonna get behind closed doors and have you to control me. And then I'll be further limited to doing my own stuff. So, only reason why I told you is because you need to understand too. I asked that you listen to that call because there's information. For me, I can be real about the situation. It's kind of like I said all that and nothing's ever going to happen. I put in all this effort, crying, going through things. You know, my tears are important. And I have to hydrate and I have to do all this stuff. You guys are, and that's why I said, when I wake up in the middle of the night and first thing that comes to my mind is not even, oh, I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Is I can't believe that the crisis is still calling me on this bullshit from them fucked up Racine Communication Center. And I said, you know what? They're going to have to be held accountable for the abuse. You are taking my children from me doing less than what you are doing to me. You guys have thrown me in jail for doing things that I didn't even do. Charging me with obscenities, unlawful use of a telephone, harassment, for stuff that I did not do. I cannot keep allowing you all to, just because I was trying to file complaints with the state troopers and Pleasant Prairie Police Department about them. I'm not going to allow you all to do this. So it is what it is. You were saying something?
I was just saying that I would look into it. All that you're talking about.
Okay, but yeah, look into it for your own knowledge, but I still want to make the report with your director and file a complaint. What? Yes, that's what I just explained to you about the nature of the call and how you all were inappropriate in handling it.
Okay.
Like I told you, I listened to the call.
You listen to the call. It's not me filing a complaint.
I mean, it's just a director, so talking to me is filing a complaint for our dispatch.
No. That is not the kind of. I want to file a formal complaint.
Okay, well, that's what you're doing now, and there's no further action that you would need to take.
Actually, there is, because I said I will file it with the director, and there is written ways that I can make sure that you all handle this properly and not just be an oversight because I did not put it in writing. I've been through too many verbal complaints that did not get documented, and it's too much trouble.
Okay, well, if you want to give me your phone number, I can have her give you a call.
I can tell you my phone number is 1262, but actually I would prefer it to be through email to Jasmine, Jasmine, Renee, Renee, Davis, Davis, _LAW @hotmail.com. That's Jasmine Renee Davis, law @hotmail.com.
Okay, I'll pass on your information, okay?
Can you please repeat to tell me that you have that?
Davis.law@hotmail.com.
How soon are you all gonna address this matter?
As soon as we can.
What does that mean? What is your protocol?
This week.
1 week?
Sometime within the week.
Please send me an email and confirm that I did
what
talk
was your
to you.
phone number?
Why are you asking me for my phone number?
Because I'm going to give her your phone number as well as your email. She'll probably call you.
No, I said don't call me. I said to email me.
Okay.
And then from there in writing, I can discuss a phone call. But also what I'm asking you is to also send an email to confirm that you did have this conversation on the phone.
I'm not going to do that.
Why?
Because I don't have to do that. I'm not going to send you an email. I've listened to you for over 45 minutes. I'll give the director your email address.
So you expect me to believe that you're going to handle this and you're fighting me and won't even do just a proper due diligence so that I can make sure that I can protect myself and make sure that it is knowledgeable.
Your email address. Did you have anything further?
About what?
So I got other things I got to take care
I would
of.
like to know, why are you on some unprofessional gross misconduct where you're going to try to take this over? No, you actually, don't touch this case. Do not touch this. Exactly. I don't give a fuck. You listen to me for over 45 minutes. What the fuck do that have to do with anything? You don't have protocol and you're not just about to fucking call me anymore. I've did that too many times and too many times it looks like I'm stupid. And without my live videos and all of my emails, I would be in so much fucking trouble. Even more trouble than I'm in now. I'm upset because it's supposed to rain today, so I'm gonna have to walk around and I'm not about to get rain on. I literally have to do things accordingly. So I'm just about to make these calls. And I may not be perfect, but I have to be myself.
Racing Wellness Connect, this is Andrea. How can I help you?
Oh, wait a minute. Wellness Connect?
Correct. It's the same as the crisis line. We rebranding as Wellness Connect.
You're Racing Wellness Connect, not Racing Crisis?
Same phone number, ma'am. It's just different label on it now.
No, I'm not talking about the phone number. I'm just asking you because you have called me saying that you were Racing Crisis even as soon as yesterday.
So this is Wellness Connect. We are part of Racing Crisis. That's why I said it's the same thing.
But you said you rebranded yourself.
Yes, ma'am. The city is rebranding the crisis line as Wellness Connect, but it's the same thing.
And so that's why I was asking, if you did a name change, why are you still using a name that you no longer is valid? So maybe someone is acting in a capacity that is unlawful. That's all I'm asking.
Ma'am, we were. It's the same thing. So the name is doesn't. That's what we were told to do. I'm assuming that they passed that with legal. It's the same thing. Instead of just calling it the crisis line, we call it Wellness Connect.
What were you told to do? That's what I'm asking you.
Ma'am, how else can I help you besides answering
Oh,
that
no, actually, this is important information because you said you were told to do something. I was wondering what. So why did you tell me you were told to do something but won't tell me? So why did you even bring it up?
I did, ma'am, because I did tell you, but that regardless of what we call it, you called the right number. So how else can I help you?
It is important.
I don't think that was the intention when you called to ask me questions about Wellness Connect versus the crisis line.
Actually, if you are at versus with yourself, that's one thing. But I did not expect you all to be a different name where somebody just called me yesterday saying a total different name that is no longer a legal name. And so I'm not, ma'am. I'm not, ma'am. It's not the same thing if you no longer are supposed to use that.
If you tell me your name, I can call you by your name.
I am Jasmine Renee Davis, but
okay, Jasmine Davis.
It's Jasmine Davis. I said I'm Jasmine. What is your name?
My name is Andrea.
Okay, and so you refuse to call me my name and shorten my name instead of Jasmine Renee Davis to Jasmine Davis?
Man, you know what? I'm going to put you on hold and send you to someone else. I didn't refuse to call you your name. I didn't know that I was supposed to call you by your entire name.
I told
That's
you
why
that.
I've been asking you, how else can I help you? Because this is kind of unproductive, so I'm going to pass you off to someone else.
You can quit your job at any time because I don't see how you cannot handle this call. This is the dumb shit. Is anybody paying attention? These things don't matter. Their name, their lawful name, they're a fucking wreck. And nobody is paying attention. And they want to jail me, the one that's working the fuck out of all of this stuff.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Amy.
Amy, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Can you tell me what the complaint was and the reason why you're on the phone, please?
There was no complaint. I just was trying to help you on the crisis line. How can I help you?
No, why? What was the reason said that the call was transferred to you?
She just asked me if I would take the call.
Okay, because for some reason the call got violent, I guess. But why? Where you all answer the phone and you're Racine Crisis, that's the name of your business?
Well, we usually answer the phone Wellness Connect because we were rebranded January 1st.
Okay, so when you are, so that is Wellness Connect. Well, but when others call me and say, I'm like, what is Wellness Connect? So I was just asking, like, oh, wait a minute, what is this? Did you all, so from the difference from you January 1st, do you know that today is May 18, 2026? So even though Andrea answered the phone correctly, she chose to be violent toward me. And I don't know what she would choose to fight because, I don't care. You all want to fight, but you never really fight. You abuse.
Okay,
and so, I'm going to talk. No, you're not. What you're not going to do is to rush me so I be lost in this matter and I gain an understanding and stand up for myself. Because there's accusations now that your employees have toward me, and that's going to cause a further discrimination that you all have and you have been doing. So when you all have a name and you're saying that it does not matter, in which that's where whoever that Andrew or whatever started to be violent on the call and try to make it seem like me getting an understanding about your proper name, like I could not do that. You all take away my ability to handle business correctly and do my paperwork accurately. And then you dumb me down, which that's why I call it violence.
Okay, I'm not trying to do that.
But that's what already has been done from your coworker that transferred the call to you. I was just saying that you all have still been identifying yourself as Racine Crisis, Human Services, Racine County, but you never said anything about your real name is Wellness Connect since January 1st, 2026. That's all. And it was interesting. And I wanted to make sure that I don't call you the wrong name, but I had to get understanding. Instead, you all chose to be violent. And not only that, when I tell you my name is Jasmine Renee Davis, and you choose to only call me Jasmine Davis, that's another form of abuse. And I do not appreciate that.
Okay, I'm sorry you
But
feel that way.
when I have said that somebody is being a bitch and stuff like that, then you all hang up the phone on me. But you continue to call me only Jasmine. You're not getting anywhere. You all are aggravating. And this is constant. Who is the director of your facility? So you all are going to be in that building that is being built over there on Taylor Avenue, right?
Yep.
What is the name of that building going to be called?
That's going to be Racine County. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, we don't have that information right now. It's not even, I mean, they haven't exactly told us. There's going to be several agencies or several different departments that are going to be over there. But we don't know the name of it, so to say.
But you have the SAIL program that is going to be over there that you all have, right?
That will be over there, yep.
Okay. And so I want to know, who is your supervisor? I don't know if it would be over that whole building or just I don't know how to even ask you who the proper individual to talk to. And now it's looking like I'm lost, or I don't know what I'm talking about, because I don't know who you are. Have said so many different names about who you are, mobile response, and all kinds of things.
We have several different departments that fall under our crisis umbrella, pretty much. I mean, we do have mobile crisis. We have our SAIL program, and then we answer the phones for the crisis line during the day, and we are Wellness Connect. So there are several different areas.
Why does crisis? So what are you saying? I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm interested in hearing you all talk, actually.
If you are interested in, I guess you'd have to kind of tell me what it is that you're interested in, and then I can direct you to the supervisor of, like, I don't know what it is that you are looking for at the building across the street. Then I could tell you then I could direct you to the right person.
Okay, that could possibly be something that could happen, and I appreciate you saying that, but I was just saying, like, why can't crisis answer their own phone?
That's a really good question. I mean, we've been answering the phones for them for quite a while now, Monday through Friday.
So there is still a crisis, and it's not been rebranded.
No, there is the SAIL program, but we answer their phones Monday through Friday.
No, I'm talking about the name of actual Racine County crisis or whatever, because you said that you answer for crisis. You guys really cheapen the word crisis anyway, and that's a serious problem that, oh my goodness,
What constitutes we were just told by our management that we needed to start answering the phones Wellness Connect.
What is a crisis, and what you all are naming a lot of times for your funding, and that's how you get your capital or your money or your grants. You get it, and then it's almost like when someone is being diagnosed with something and they don't have the symptoms, but the reaction to medication or drugs that they're being told actually then make them like the reactions to it, or it's called something. I don't know what it's called. It's like a reaction to the drug, or like a risk factor that would happen. All of the risk factors are the symptoms of what happens. So you're saying when someone is not having that, but you give them a diagnosis because that's what the drugs would do. So when you all are getting paid for crisis and creating crisis where it has to be a number or something, it has to be at large, where you all get audited and things like that, and you're calling these things crisis and then involving me in the situation, and then I put my input and you all choose to diagnose me or whatever, that's a problem. And so I just look at the situation where you guys are not being consistent in what you're saying to me. And so if a community or individuals are independently learning, even from one another, to understand, how do I talk to you? What is your business about? How do I make my reports? How do I gather information? And you don't even have the proper information, or it sounds like just a wreck. I didn't look stupid, because when I talked at another level, they're saying, no, it must be you, Jasmine Renee Davis, because those are professionals. They would never talk to this way, and they'll never be unorganized the way that you're talking. And so this is why I appreciate being strict and thorough and understanding like how to get my story straight. So for when I make my reports or wherever, send them to the state of Wisconsin or wherever is paying you all or whatever, they can understand where I'm coming from. I want to file some complaints about how there was a call that was made about me on May 6, 2026.
Okay.
And it was falsified information from a Racine County dispatcher.
Okay.
Instead of them let me file a police report, they were dishonest and said that I was delusional and paranoid, and I know I'm not. But the way that they are taking it is not a compliment. As I learn more about the delusional, what paranoid means, but you all are calling me abusive and not really explaining to me what the report's about. You even called me just as soon as yesterday talking about you want to come out to the house. I don't have a house. And so when I try to talk to y'all about that and explain, and then you all are refusing to say my name, and then it's like, okay, that's how you start abusing me, by only calling me Jasmine. And I realize that's a pattern that you all do in your human services area.
Okay.
You all are running it. What are you saying?
No, I was gonna say. So, are you telling me that you want to file a complaint for Racine Dispatch? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I
mean, I get what
want
you're saying.
to.
You're saying that you feel like you haven't been treated properly, but I guess you said I want to file a complaint with Racine Dispatch. So is that what you're wanting to do right now?
No.
Or okay.
My complaint is about not you treat. My complaint is about your actions. I want to highlight your actions. I want to start talking about what y'all doing, not about my feelings, not about any of that. I hear someone talking about that you all are mental health. You are trying to put me in a mental illness while you all sit there and grow your mental health. Healthcare is not sick care. Where you all are not calling me a genius. You're not saying that I have potentials to solve my own problems. You're saying that I am mentally ill and that I am not in touch with reality and that I am then scared.
Okay, I have not said that, just so you know.
Well, I'm saying that's what your caller said yesterday. And I was surprised. I said, wow. And I said, can you talk to me about what happened in the report? And it was no discussion about the report. How are you calling me trying to say something happened and I can't even know what the complaint about me was or who said it? That is inappropriate. So how do I access those records and the different things? How can I get all that access? I have so much stuff. And the horrible thing about it is I don't even have a reliable place to keep my paperwork out here where it rains. And I know that it's not believable, but my stuff is being stored in a wagon and the rain destroys my stuff, or my wagon is getting too heavy. But this is what I have to do to fight for my life. And so it's tough for me. I don't have anywhere that I can just store my stuff at. It is not sweet as it might look out here. I am literally still homeless, and it is not easy, and at times it's more difficult. So I want that to be known. And for me crying, this has nothing to do with you. I am so happy about my life. And I know where I am. And you all are trying to literally keep me in the area that you have always felt most comfortable with me being in. And it never have identified myself. And then when I fight you all because I don't have to take it, then I get in more trouble and I have to sound stupid. I've been sounding stupid all fucking day. You know what I'm saying? On these calls for 2 hours. You know, and I've been calling different places to make the county executive's office, the corporation council got on the phone. I called to Racing Communication Center. You know, you all are just, it's just a mess that you are using one another and passing me along like prostituting me. And I'm getting nothing out of it.
I don't feel that I'm trying to do that. I'm gonna tell you right now though that anytime that someone calls in, okay, with any kind of a concern for anyone, and we do usually meet with that person. So that would be the reason why you've received calls, is just because they wanted to meet and do an assessment with you. It had nothing to do with, trying to, I guess you say, string you along or anything like that. That's the only thing that they were looking to do, is they usually do an assessment with someone after we've gotten a call.
What is an assessment?
Just all we do is ask you questions, basic questions. And so that's the only reason why they've been calling you. If you don't want to be called anymore, I will just let them know to just stop calling you. You're not interested in being called.
The thing is, what is the assessment form that you use? What is that called? Like, what is the form number for your assessment? I'm interested.
I have no idea. It's just a assessment of questions.
But where do you get those questions from? But where do you get the form from?
I think it was created by, I don't know. I'm honestly not sure.
Who answers those questions there? I'm gonna tell you something. It's going to be some, you guys to sit there and didn't even keep your appointment on Tuesday and call me. And then you want to call me on Sunday and try to force me to talk to you. And you had an appointment to call me and never called. You see how that works out?
I'm not aware of that. I'm sorry.
Well, if you can verify it, can you look in your system and verify it? You guys have now a paper trail with my name on it.
Not unless I've seen that somebody put like a note in or something.
Okay, sure. So can you look? My name is Jasmine Renee Davis, date of birth June 12, 1986.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I can hold the phone. I don't have any time I keep my own time. I'm sure that you can discover your own.
I'm just looking, sorry.
Oh, you're just looking for what?
I'm looking for a note that says that we have an appointment.
Oh, yeah, it was scheduled for Tuesday about like 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. I have it written down. PM. AM or PM.
Yeah, I don't see anything specifically about that, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't an appointment.
When you say specific,
that's not really my department. So a lot of times they put it on their own personal calendars.
So when you say specifically, what do you see in your notes about me?
Nothing. I don't see anything other than them contacting you.
Whose department is that then?
Did you want to talk to the supervisor for that department?
What's the name of the department?
That would be our mobile response.
What's the name of the individuals who had called me? Do you have those so I can know from my report?
Looks like I'm looking to see who tried to call you. Linda tried to reach out to you, but I don't think she ever talked to you.
What date was that?
Yesterday?
How do you say you don't think she ever talked to me?
Because it says that she attempted to contact you.
I did talk to your business yesterday, actually, and I tried to file a complaint. Do you have any other times that anyone else tried to call me?
No, not that I'm aware.
So, yeah, I have. You guys have called me, and I have spoken with two other individuals who had called me on May 6, 2026 as well.
Okay. I'm not doubting you, but I'm not doubting you.
When you all say that, do you see what the nature of the calls are about? Why are you guys calling me?
I'm not sure. This isn't my department exactly. So that's not the department that I work in. It's hard for me to answer those questions for you.
But you're taking the calls for them? Are you taking the calls for that department?
I am. Do you want to speak to the supervisor over there?
Yeah, I would like a phone number that I can call them instead of having to fight my way through this and talking to someone that has nothing to do with this whole situation.
So initially, I can't give you the number. I can only transfer you.
The call?
Yeah, to her.
So
I don't give out numbers. Once you talk to her, if she wants to give you her number, she's more, But
the problem is, I'm saying to the actual business that they work at. And the thing is, for you all to this be a public number, and you all sit there and freely have my phone number, and
there's no direct number for them. So if you're, because the only number that we have for them goes to. There's no voicemail set up on it. So if we call and they don't answer, then we usually just disconnect and take a message.
Oh.
Because there's no voicemail set up on it. Do you know what I mean? So
no, I hear you.
We don't ever give that number out because we don't want somebody getting it and then thinking that they can leave a message. Because there's no way to access the voicemail on that line.
But why are you all doing the thinking for others? And you should let someone be able to call and decide whether or not, if they find that they can't leave a voicemail, that's going to happen upon that. But the problem is that I'm having is, if you all were being held more accountable than you are, it would be less crime rate, less mental illness, less disability, and less poverty and food deserts that you all are tending to, because there's so many that are being put on drugs out here that food is not even always, the thing that is being known, where they're being malnourished, they're being abused, and they're being diagnosed and put on drugs. And it's like, oh, but what about the food factor? So when you all are starting to be held accountable by your names indirectly and all this stuff, instead of having 1,000 others to take the fall for you, and then I'm taking the fall for 1,000 others plus them, that is a problem. And I know what I'm talking about, but I also have to be cautious because it's not even your concern. This is not even your job or whatever you're saying. But as notice is that, like, your police agencies, your jails, how you work in the county, if you all are really being held accountable for real, the crime rate, which a lot would change, even if the proper education. Why is it mental illness? Why is it this and that? And you all are a mental health agency, but you're diagnosing mental illness. You're never giving out health food. You're never talking about how to be healthy. You're saying poor diet. You're doing the complete opposite of what your name is saying. You're being paid for being a crisis and for mental health. You're never telling the truth that you deal in mental illness. And if you were, things would change. Your whole job or your itinerary, the things, the criteria, the things that you get paid for, the demographics, what you will have to restructure everything for real and actually reword it. You're probably, I don't know how this is working, but the same grants I don't know if you're still writing on the same objectives, the same business models and things like that from previously, where you're not changing according to the drastic measures in the amount, the volume of traffic that's coming in and out of your agencies, and the responses to look how y'all talk on the phone as professionals. No, it's not that you have to take abuse, but soon as I raise my voice, you all tell me I'm in trouble, but you never do that to your employees. That's a serious problem. And so why is it that you all sit there and get to take mental health and you get mental health, but you want to give me mental illness? I can be holistic, where you sit there and try to put me in sections. And I don't even believe in that. I don't deal in medical and mental health and all. I take care of myself. I don't get any public aid. I'm not on food stamps. I'm not on any insurances, as far as medical insurance, or no one is making any choices for me. And so when I call you all, I am well equipped to handle my calls. And I know what I'm talking about. But if you guys want to take it to another level of fighting me, then why can't I participate in a fight? If you all keep it professional and gradually understand that there's going to be a shift and a change in the vocal tones and the expressions according to what's happening to populate an actual conversation, then that's fine too. But you all have to understand there is a perspective here that is being challenged. And whereas it is causing now that you all have a paper trail to abuse me on, to now you are saying with your police reports that when you walk up to me that I am delusional and paranoid. That is a serious problem. No longer is it just I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Now it's Jasmine Renee Davis, delusional and paranoid. So the way that you all are going to treat me adds to the discrimination, the bias, the prejudice, and the abuse and the violence. And that is a serious problem. And so I just want you all to know that I am going to now have to work for free for the stuff that you are doing and clean up your mess. And you're using me, prostituting me, sweatshop stuff where I have too much stuff. I do not need you all to give me work. I can get my education. I understand this. I've already had an attraction to this stuff before I even was 18 years of age to take care of my own self. But I do not want to have to live a life of crime, everything, a lifestyle of crime. Now all that I can do involves crime. That's all you all keep putting me in. I'm overwhelmed. And then if someone is looking to my stuff and they say, "Oh, we cannot handle this because look at how she talks. Look at all she is crying. She's raising her voice. This is all she does every day. She's not stable. Jasmine Renee Davis is not stable." You know what I'm saying? And that's not true. I'm handling you all. I'm meeting you all where you're at. I'm getting to you on your level so that I can stand on my own 2 feet. Why don't you ever try to stand on your own 2 feet where I'm not on your level, you're not on mine? But what I'm telling you is if you are street fighting me and you on a clock, like how are you still checked into your time clock talking and being the way that you're being, you won't even say my name. So these are problems. So I would like to know who all I can talk to, and start understanding what you all are really doing and looking for. And how when you call me or when I call, I say, please, I'm just really upset right now. Don't take this personal or whatever, how you ever take it to yourself. Please don't involve yourself and get into this fight like this. And then you all start fighting me. And then when you all sit there with your work ethic and your phone etiquette, like, what do you expect to hear from me? As if I'm not going to say, oh, this is what you own. Like, nah, you're not going to sit out here and talk inappropriate to me and I'm not cleaning that mess up and let you know this is not that. You're not going to abuse me. So I would like to know who I can talk to about these issues. And so I can
send you to the supervisor of that department.
And you said you don't have a name of that department?
I don't have a number.
But what is the exact name?
The mobile response.
It is the mobile response. Trying to call you. Yeah. Okay, because someone had called and said that you all are called you are called Human Services or Crisis. And then someone said something about mobile response, but that's what I was understanding. So you all are working, oh my goodness, I don't even know. It's another building that you all have that is not on Taylor Avenue. Someone called me from another building that you all have too, though.
Yeah, that's where mobile response is right now. Eventually they'll be moving across the street.
But someone called me from the Taylor Avenue building as well, also.
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't see anybody in here from the Taylor Avenue building.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know who it was exactly, their names right now. I have the notes, and I have the recordings. Can you please just who is the name of who you're transferring my call to?
I'm going to send you over to Cassandra.
Cassandra? Okay. Yep. And that is a supervisor over there? Is supervisor of what?
Supervisor of the mobile response team.
Oh, there's notes. Oh, that's it. Just only. Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was like supervisor of, I don't know, like phone calls or what. Okay, you can transfer.
All right. One moment.
Sorry, Cassandra Dawson is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and my name is Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm to be called Jasmine Renee Davis, JasmineRenee Davis, as this is not some continual relationship or some established communication. I have to make sure that I describe these sorts of things to you so that you can know how to approach the situation, because I am very strict on that, and it has added a level of conflict in previous calls from your mobile response team. I suppose through Racine County, your public access, I suppose, through Human Services. As far as your name, I'm trying to be very careful because there is some discrepancies or some misinformation out there about that. But I would like to ask you that you send me initially an electronic mail to Jasmine Renee Davis, LAW, at hotmail.com. And just to set up a phone call, but my phone number is 1262 505-7137 in case you have to access anything to see what's happening. My date of birth is June 12th, 1986. I would like the records and talk to you all about different things, including you all not showing up or calling me for a scheduled appointment from Tuesday. I mean, it's just a number of things that there's an issue. The diagnosis thing, you all not telling me the nature, different. Oh my goodness. You guys all have different stories at times. It's just not making sense to me. So I would appreciate if you could just call me, or email me rather, please. Just email me so I can just have the information and be able to make sure I get know you are in correspondence or whatever, and to try to see what is happening. But I ask that you all take this matter professionally. Whatever you are looking for from me, just tell me instead of trying to trip me up or force me into some free work and some blind study. I would really appreciate if you can just keep it real, okay? So I'm out here. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Goodness, I just have to constantly just go through this stuff. This is what this whole thing is about. Education ain't always the best around here, and as I try to fight my way to learn, this is what I go through. Oh my. Oh. I'm not about to be some lonely, messed up, crazy individual that's letting these motherfuckers harm me and hold on to me and use me whenever they want, pick me up and drop me down for an hour, and it's lasting impressions that I have to deal with on my own and be lost out here. This stuff is real. See, I got some rice and some lentils that I'm about to make them. So I got some green lentils. I'm hungry. My darn electric skillet not even really working though, so I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to do that. I got some pumpkin seeds and some apples. I don't really have any food. Honey, I gotta go to matter of fact, that's what I have to call and just confirm. Okay, that was municipal court. I don't even see how they phone call have a business signal like that.
To the City of Racine Police Department. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. For non-emergency dispatch, please hang up and dial 262-886-2300. The Records Department is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. For the Records Department and general information, please stay on the line or press 1. City of Racine Police Department.
I am Jasmine Renee Davis. What's your name?
My name's Jessica.
Jessica, I'm calling. What department are you in that answered it wrong?
Record?
Okay, I am calling for your Racine Police Department, Wisconsin records. I have to access a record from a current police report from May 2026. I don't have the exact date.
Okay.
But I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and my date of birth is June 12th, 1986. I don't have the case number either.
What was your date of the year of your birth? It kind of cut out.
It is June 12th, 1986. Yeah, that is what I use currently.
And you said it was May?
2000, May 2026. I don't have the exact date though.
And it was with the Racine Police Department?
You all had given me a citation.
Well, that was in April.
Oh, April what? April what?
The end of April, April 27th.
Oh, it was, okay, yeah, April 27th, okay.
So we have a call detail. You can come in and get a copy of it. It'd be $1.10 for a copy of the call detail, but there's not a full report.
Why is there not a full report?
Not every call turns into a full report.
So
Sometimes an officer will just go in. So basically a call detail is when it's called into dispatch and an officer is dispatched. An officer can add notes to the call detail of what happened and what they did and all of that. Not every type of call turns into an incident report.
So if you all gave an arrest, which a citation is an arrest, then you don't make a report of that?
We don't have to, no. No. So the citation will have, the court citation will have a copy of a summary, which is considered the report. Otherwise, there's the call detail, which is a report. It's not a full incident report.
So I would like that summary and that call detail.
So the summary is when you go to court, it'll be on the ticket, the citation through court. Otherwise, I can give you that call detail. But you'd have to come in and request that.
The courts, how come you can't give me, you're the records, you would have anything that would be on the summary?
Well, it's on your citation.
No, it's not. It says that I'm 38 years of age on that site. I don't trust that citation. It's not even accurate information. But you all have records that I can access. I don't have to wait until court, especially when the courts are telling me to call and get all the information from records.
Okay, I can give you the call detail. That's all I have.
So why did you mention about a summary?
Again, I said that's through the courts.
But previously you didn't until I asked for it. You did mention that that was also something available.
I said from the get-go, it's on the summary for courts, and I do have a call detail. That's what I said.
What is the get-go?
From the beginning.
Okay, well, I did not.
I'm going to get a copy of the call detail. That's what I have available.
Okay, but you can fast talk all you want, but what is the problem that you have no tolerance for this call that is a very purposeful call? What is your problem?
I'm telling you.
Because you guys, no, but you get to bully.
If there's nothing else I can help you, Renee. Jasmine, I'm sorry. You can
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I would like to make sure that you have those. But I guess you claim that you all know me. I'm not your property. You understand that? So you should handle this call. But the way that you all handle these calls is very it's inappropriate.
It's $1.10 for a copy.
And so I would like to ask more questions so that I can know. See, what you all cannot do is limit me and to understand why you're doing what you're doing so that I can you don't get to tell me how far I can take this. Just like you all sit there. Okay, you are, because you are interrupting me and you're telling me basically to get the fuck off the phone. And I don't like that because you take it to a whole nother level with me. And I know who I am. I know that I'm not violent. I know that I'm not abusive. I know that I call you all with all the beauty that I have because this is who I am. But when I talk, I have to raise my voice. You all want to say, oh, you're going to get off the phone or I didn't violate. So you get a narrative to keep your ugliness going. And then you make me live through a lifestyle of crime constantly, whereas I'm not the same as you. I don't deal in the same field as you, but you have information just as well as a detective, an investigator, a CIA, FBI, all of them may have all different ways that they're doing in levels, or, you can have someone that's dealing in a whole nother agriculture and all different kind of stuff that may have to call you for proper information, but that does not make them the same as you because they have to call you. And so I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm independent. Nobody bossed me, not even one. In my own situation, the problem is I'm not saying that, and I know you're not. But the thing about it is when I'm just asking questions and I'm asking you just to clarify and confirm them, then
what questions can I help answer?
So as far as this call detail, does that also include a copy of the actual citation?
No, you would need to bring a copy of your ID to get a reprint out of the citation. But the summary of the citation will be at the court. I can give you a copy of the call detail and the citation.
Why are you bringing up the summary? And I said the call detail. And you already said, you see that it's going to cause a conflict of interest.
There's two different versions of the citation. One is for courts that has the summary and one is not. That's why I brought that up. It's all part of the citation.
Which one do you handle?
The one that you were handed out at the time of the incident.
And did you not, you already told me that you won't give me the summary. So why are you steady bringing up such a hot topic that is going to cause a conflict of interest that I want to talk about, but you're choosing to refuse?
All right, well, how else can I help you?
So how much does it cost to get that citation?
There is no cost with the citation. We just need to verify your ID so we can verify it's your citation. But there's no fee with it.
So why don't you need an identification to verify the call, the actual incident report though?
Because it's a call detail. Usually call details, they don't verify anybody the same way that a citation is. A citation has DOT information, which means it's information from the DMV. It has your license plate number, or your driver's license number. It has your birthday, stuff like that. If that is verified, which it is through a citation, because we have to take your ID to issue a citation, a random person off the street just can't come and get a copy of that. Only the person who it was issued to, which is why we have to verify your ID. Call detail is considered an open record, so anyone can request that.
And so I have another question, in which there's more that I would like to receive, that, and that includes the officer's name. What about the body cam footage?
That goes through a different department. That goes through Jennifer Evans. She's with our identification unit.
Okay, so I would like to access that as well. But now there's another case that happened in January 2026. I would like, how do I get the call? Like, I want to access the calls. I want to access the body cam footage from each.
So calls have to go through dispatch. I don't have access, like when non-emergencies called. Is that what your request?
Like the complaint call.
Oh, okay. So like the call detail, like this other one from April, right? You want that?
No, the physical vocal call, when somebody calls and tries to say that I did something or did not do something.
That does need to go through dispatch. So that's an open record through dispatch. You have to request.
What is dispatch?
886-2300 is our non-emergency dispatch number.
So that is the Racine Communication Center, though. That's
Correct,
what the name is, not dispatch. And so that's why I asked, what is dispatch? Because dispatch means kill. And I just plain and simple.
It doesn't, but okay.
You want to argue that? You want to argue that? You really want to argue that with me?
Let's stay on topic.
No, exactly. Let's stay on topic. You throwing them blows, but you can't. You trying to put stuff out there, but you can't handle what you talk. No, I don't need you to talk shit to me and try to tell me what the fuck I'm doing. You raggedy ass heifer hoe. The fuck you mean, man? Bitch, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I told you I don't speak the same motherfucking language as your raggedy ass bitch. I'm not playing with these stupid ass bitches, man.
Police Department.
No, it doesn't, bitch. Keep record of that, motherfucker. No, it doesn't.
For non-emergency dispatch, please hang up and dial 262-886.
These bitches stupid, and they swear they so motherfucking smart. They're fucking intentionally
8 a.m. until 5
excusing their dumb ass shit. They swear they fucking hard, man. Fuck them, man. Stupid ass bitches, man.
Police Department.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. What's your name?
My name's Kim.
Kim, I would like to request some records that would include body cam footage and all of the reports that goes along, whether there was an actual incident. I don't know what all would be attached. I don't have the case number in particular, and I don't have the exact date in which I can locate it now. But however, I am sure that this incident has happened and it was an unlawful ticket for trespassing. And so I would like to access that information. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and my date of birth is June 12th, 1986. The call came in from either Hall Group or either Pritchard Park Mall, but I was at Planet Fitness.
Okay, let me see here.
So that could have been citation number CK821JWD76, issued on January 28th, 2026. The Racine Police Department was the agency that showed up there.
Okay.
It would have to make sure it includes the address of I just want to make sure I get all of the information that I possibly can get.
Yeah, as far as for like body cam footage, I'll have to transfer you to the extension for that department. That's handled differently. That comes from the ID unit. We don't have access to that in records. On a different system. I can transfer you to them.
So what all do you have access in your Racine, Wisconsin Police?
Like the report type part of it, but not any like footage or anything like that. We don't have access to that in the records department.
But you have perhaps the literature on it or the documentations and things like that. Okay, so what is all of the scope of what you have it? Like what all can I request there? What do you have exactly?
The record, whatever it is. Whether it's a call detail or a formal report.
Do you have anything the supervisors knows? Do your supervisors even question the reports and see if they're accurate? Like what all goes along into that full process, please?
I couldn't tell you what the supervisors look at. The only thing I can tell you is as far as for records, what we have is if it's
it's a full report, then it goes through, supervisor has to approve it. If it hasn't been approved or whatever, then we can't release it, like if it's been submitted and it hasn't been approved.
So,
But if it's call detail, that if there's no formal report, then that's what we would be releasing, would be the call detail, because that's all we have
so
as far as the record.
the only way that a full report can happen if a supervisor would approve it.
Not if it would happen.
Like,
I don't think I'm
to be able
understanding.
to, that's what I'm trying to, you said that a supervisor would have to approve a full report.
If there's a long full report with it, yes. But if it's a call detail and there is no report to follow after that, then it would just be the call detail. And that's just like the communication between officer and that dispatch and that.
What would a supervisor have to approve and why, please?
If there was a report, a formal report, then I don't know what they're looking at or what they have to approve. I don't know what their boxes that they're ticking. I have no idea because I'm not a supervisor.
It's more
So I'm
work.
not sure what they're looking at.
Is it more work to put into for a full report than just a call detail?
Well, no, because for us in records, it's either there's a call detail or there's a report. That's all we see. So if there's a report, then we can look at that. But requesting it to be the same, it wouldn't be any different.
So why don't you all file? Why are there not?
That would be a question with the sergeant. That's not something I know. We don't go through the police academy, so I don't know what their stuff is as far as them writing reports and when they do a full report or not. But I could put you through a sergeant to question.
Well, I'm requesting some records here. Did you locate what all this is available to access? And I just wonder, because there's a lot of insecurities that go along with so much of this stuff around here. And I just wonder how come so many public agencies have workers and that take the calls and do the paperwork and know nothing about what's actually happening. It's almost not even robotic because, I mean, robots are highly intelligent and programmed, even with artificial intelligence, but it's almost like, I don't know, I'm a living being, so I'm active, I'm constantly growing. I want to know what's going on. I want to, be able to understand so that I can make rational choices and decide if that's the job that I want to do or not. But it seems like you all don't have very much options. Did you locate the report or what for the citation number that I told you, please? I'm Jasmine.
Yeah, there's a call
Davis.
detail.
It's only a call detail?
Correct.
No report.
No formal report, no.
There were 2 officers there. So should there not be different information from each of those?
Not necessarily. Depends on if they're both writing a report or if one is writing the incident or if it's call detail. As far as like more information that you're looking for, that would be, you need to speak with the sergeant as far as what the officers do and what they don't do.
If I find something that is an error in those reports or something that I have been charged with that never happened or that was inappropriate or a citation that should never happen, what are the steps? Like what would you all ask that happen, or what is supposed to happen, or what are the options there?
My recommendation would be to talk, to call dispatch to get a call back from that officer. But if you're wanting higher up than that officer, then it would be a sergeant.
What is the formal way for written notices and to identify those the false reports and things that were wrong, that was not handled appropriately, that would contribute to gross misconduct or professional misconduct or other things of abuse or violence and things of that type of action from whoever is making the report? Or
that would be a recommendation to speak with the sergeant.
Not a recommendation. What is your protocol for written formally not to speak to someone? Because I'm talking about what steps do I take to file it in writing? to actually be documented?
If you're looking, if there's something you're wanting to go like with an officer complaint, like with the officer, that would be something you would come in person to fill out with the sergeant regarding an officer. If you wanted to go higher up than that, that would be internal affairs.
What is the name of those papers or the documents that I would fill out there at Racine Police Department?
What is it called? Hold on, let me see real quick. It'd be a citizen's complaint form.
Okay, but if I'm not a citizen, what form would it be?
It would be a citizen's. You're still a citizen.
No,
So,
a citizen how?
do you live here?
Do you realize that you have to be careful how you talking to me? Well, I have actual knowledge about who I am and what citizen actually means, and you're trying to present this as if I don't know, and I have to ask you to tell me about who my identity is, and I know what citizen means and what I am and what I am not. And this
Right.
is
So
showing.
this is the name of the form. It's called the citizen's complaint form. So that's when, if you're wanting to submit a complaint, you would go and fill out that form.
And this is another way to show you all how you are colonializing or, just taking responsibility of those who you write these tickets to, enforcing an uninformed consent by signing up to be like, if I'm agreeing to be a citizen and I sign a paper knowing that I'm not, then you take ownership of me in ways and you calculate that for different funding or control. I have the extensive education enough to talk to you in this level, and there's a magnitude that is involved. So that's all I'm saying. What if I was to use my own paper and just submit a report on my own writing? Would you all accept that, or how would that be treated?
Well, that gets handled by a sergeant, so I would have to put you back through to them, and they could let you know if that's acceptable for them.
So can you tell me more about how to access this document and how much would it cost for me to receive it? And then I would like to make sure I can come and pick it up, or what's the amount of time I have to wait for those items to be available so that I can purchase them and pick them up, please?
Are you talking about that call detail report?
Yes, there is a call detail report for the trespass on private property. I was at a job interview. And so,
that would be $1.10 for a call detail.
Okay, so no matter how, is it the same amount for every call detail? No matter how much information is on there?
Well, with call details, they're $1.10 and then 25 cents a page after that. So say you have a call detail and it's 4 pages. So that would be, and then 75, so it'd be $1.85.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That one. Now, if there's something with a full report, then it's 25 cents a page. So say if you have reports that are, 10 pages, that sort of thing, then it would be $2.25.
Okay, so it would not be the $1.10. It would just be 25 cents for every page.
Right. So full reports are 25 cents a page, and then call details they start at $1.10.
Okay. I was just asking because it's just really important to understand these things so that I can be more fluent when I call, because this is a lot of stuff that is involving different areas that I deal with right now. And so when I have that knowledge, then I'll be able to call you all right away and say specifically what is to me, because I don't want to play dumb. And so that's one reason why I'm asking so many questions, so I can learn and I'm not going to be stuck on stupid. So what is the amount of time that you would need for me to request those items to be picked up?
If you're requesting a call detail, you can get that right away. As
Okay.
far as body cam footage, that, like I said, has to go through the ID unit.
Okay. Now, what if, just for instance, I'm not saying this is the case, but what if someone does not have the money, but needs to see this for court or something like that, or is requesting, what can then happen?
For that, I mean, it could be requested. Let's see, I mean, you can request a report online. That's through email.
And so there is no cost for that if I request it through email?
No, if it's emailed to you, then there's no cost for that.
So how can I get this item emailed to me?
You would have to go through cityofracine.org, click on departments, police department, and then record request.
Oh, okay. And what's the turnaround? I don't want to call it turnaround time, but what's the amount of time from when I submit the request on your website until when I actually receive the electronic mail, please?
That one is a hard one too because they're done as they come in. And then we're doing those report requests between all the other work happening at the same time. Sometimes it's faster to come in person for those.
But if I don't have the money to come on my own, then can I request it and then you email it then if I come there?
No, it has to go through a certain email for it to be sent out. There's a specific email, the records request.
So why did you tell me that it's better to come in there on my own than if that is, because
I mean, it's just faster.
how is it
It's
faster?
possibly
And you
faster.
said it can't happen. And the topic is with no charge now. And then you said to come in, but now you're saying not. Like it doesn't happen that way. So you're just like giving misinformation and kind of like almost misleading.
If you come in and you want it faster, that would be paid. That would be in person. The other way is through the email.
But I was no longer talking about the paid subject. It's a total different subject. It's handled differently as well. And so that's why I was just asking you, instead of having, some kind of conflict in the call, whereas I'm on topic, I'm on point tremendously. And so that's why I was just asking, why did you bring that up if that was impossible to happen for that subject? That's all.
Why did I bring up what?
That it would be faster just to come in and request it, but I would not be able to come in if I did not have the money to pay for if I was requesting an email, electronic
I was giving you
mail.
options. That's all I was telling you as far as time frame.
The options where I know the questions I have, and for you to change my subject, you're causing a conflict of interest because I was not discussing the subject that I had already talked about, and I had changed the subject already because I had confirmed that it's $1.10 to come in there and it can be handled immediately. And then I said I had a different question now, but you still put me right back to where I had came from that had nothing to do with it. So then I'm assuming so then it was kind of like a false hope that you had given out, which gave me a breakdown in communication, which I don't appreciate that, because if I'm being serious about the situation in which I am, that would cause abuse in a way. And if I did believe in psychological abuse, then that would kind of be an emotional or a psychological form of misleading for you. And that's kind of like, irresponsible, where, it will cause a level of violence. And so that's why I was just asking you, if you work where you work, you have to understand that these things are real and that I'm not being irrational or unreasonable about how I just talk to you about the warning signs or the warnings that are actually happening here. And they perhaps are symptoms of you not, I don't know how fast you are in this conversation or what you want to prove, but I just want this to be professional. And it's starting to seem like you all are, just really trying to make it like something that it's not. I don't know why. I don't know what it's about. I don't know if it's an indictment. I don't know if it's you or if you're doing some kind of blind study or whatever. But what is the form for online? Like once it's printed out and given to you, what you said that it's a different kind of action or activity. What is that called?
Are you talking about the citizens complaint form? Are we back to that?
Actually, no, I was talking about the same subject that I had changed it to when I'm talking about being able to request those things and get it through electronic mail for the different reports, incident reports, or whatever it is, a call summary or detail or whatever you have, actually.
Okay. If you're wanting it at no cost, that would be through email, like we discussed, the records request.
But it's not through in particular email. I did say that. That's where you will return it. What is the form called? If I submit it online, you said I would have to submit it online, that I would have to go to your website. Is there a way I can send you an actual electronic mail to get those
No,
records?
if you're requesting a report, it has to go to the records request online.
So once you print
that,
what is the form called once you print it out, and how do you document that or classify that? What kind of record is that? And then is it an indigent type of thing? How, like, what all do you do with that sort of thing? Like when someone does not have the money and requests it that way.
Then it goes to that email, and then it's emailed to that individual.
Oh, my. Can you please answer my question accurately, though, not just giving me a generic response? Please.
I'm not sure what answer you're looking for.
I asked you, how is that handled? What is the classification? What is the document called? How do you file it? Do you classify it or file it as, or, put it somewhere as indigent or poverty, or how do you classify it to make up for the charges that are not being charged? You have to put in work, so there's a clerical issue that you.
So if it's done electronically, there is no charge. We don't charge for electronic because there's no paper being printed out. The report is going in an electronic matter. So that's why there's no fee.
But you told me that, because if I wanted a printout and I did not have money, but you told me, you responded by saying that I had to get it electronically. So now I'm gonna ask you, if I don't have money but I want a printout, how would I do that? But you still did not answer the question of what is the form called once you print it out online, and how do you document that?
It's not a form that you're printing out. When you go through that for the record request, it's through email, and you're typing your email with your request.
I didn't say I said you. I'm not you. You are not me. They hung up the motherfucking phone. This shit, no. Y'all ain't about to kill me over here and make me subject and slave for these motherfuckers. I'm doing everything pretty. This is some bullshit. This is a problem. I couldn't even get to the rest of to continue my fucking call to talk to their sergeant and their other agency about all my stuff. And I have to keep it, and they charge me with harassment, obscenities, disorderly conduct, because they ass is insecure and they too ashamed to say that they gotta fucking learn. They must have lied on a goddamn resume.
And what I'm telling you is I don't have to justify reasons for my behavior.
I didn't ask you to justify it. I asked you to tell it. So I'm just about to share this video. And I don't know how I can share it on YouTube, but I am share this on my Facebook page about how I was arrested and charged with multiple counts of obscenity, multiple counts of unlawful use of a telephone, multiple counts of disorderly conduct, which led to me now being charged with incompetency that has literally went off into a child in need of protection case. They're using the incompetency that they have charged me with, and they were being dishonest. All I was trying to do was make a report and talk to them and understand why they so smart. And they talking that stuff to me, and I question it because it don't sound appropriate all the time to me, or I actually have to understand where they're coming from. So they don't want me to have any sense. They want to keep me down and out. And I do not appreciate that. This is a serious issue, and it's a serious matter, actually. I went to jail. They put me in a hole, forced me to take a tuberculosis shot, and I didn't want it. Ain't no telling what all that shit that they put in there have did to my body and affect me. They are not about to keep getting me behind closed doors and experimenting bullshit on me without my permission and won't even tell me what's in the shit. Punishing me because I was divorced. Keeping me because I said I don't want to be classified as divorced where I'm on my own. I'd rather be single. The fuck I gotta walk around with a divorce label on me for? That's their shit. And they keep with the fucking abuse constantly, man. That's what I'm talking about. The fuck? Ugh. Oh. Even when I like to sit on the toilet for a while. Motherfuckers sit there, and if you in the bathroom longer than 5 minutes, you're gonna go to jail. You're gonna be fired. You must be sick. No, I'm actually using my body and letting it be active. I am not fucking dead. I'm not dying. Like my body is not breaking down. Motherfuckers don't even know that. And I tell it so you can understand and you can know, so that somebody can know that this is living that I'm doing. Sit there for a while, if you can, and let your body communicate. I don't know what to tell y'all. This shit is ridiculous. They attacking me on every fucking level. I mean, I have police reports and all kind of shit on almost every fucking level. They did something to me. Then to attack me and for a married life, they really fucked up and out of order, punished me and kept me in the damn holding cell longer, would not even give me a call, and then put me in the motherfucking hole, in a dirty ass fucking cell. The cell was nasty. I couldn't even eat. I was begging them for food. Man, I'm telling you, this shit is ridiculous. They had somebody in there naked, wouldn't put their clothes on, so I couldn't even get out and use the phone. They kept me locked in. I had like $100. I had some of my money on my books. I don't even know exactly how much it was, but I had money on my books, actually. No, it wasn't $100. That was that's in February when I got the money. But I had money on my books. It was no reason. And then when they sitting there, Racine County took my motherfucking money that I had with that stamp on it, and my lottery tickets are missing. when I just went to jail in March. Like, why do you just take my shit and do what you want to do? And this is my evidence. If I don't have my cameras and I don't have recordings and I don't have pictures, my shit is done, over, no proof. They hang up the phone. I mean, oh, man. Oh, oh! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh. Tell you. This is something else. And I know it is. This shit is not normal. And quiet as kept. A lot of motherfuckers just sitting around and watching like they almost did on the movie Set It Off. Everybody just watching to see what the fuck happened. On the news and everything else. Nobody doing shit about it. See every fucking thing. You know why? Because it's not they fucking matter. Just like I shouldn't have to go through this dumb ass shit. Don't fucking sit there, child support agency, watching my motherfucking stories on my... Bitch, you ain't got shit else to do? Fuck you on my goddamn Facebook page for? Damn. I got some other calls and stuff I have to make. So, give me some food. I'm so hungry. Put my phone on this tablet on the charge here. That's it. I'm gonna keep this video on for further documentation. That's raining outside. I have some Italian burrito too.
You have reached the Kenosha County Circuit Court. Please listen carefully to the following options. To speak with the Records and Filing Office, press 1. For the Probate or Juvenile Office, press 2. For the family...
You have reached the Office of the Register and Probate and the Juvenile Clerk. If you are calling regarding a probate matter, an adoption case, or a termination of parental rights issue, please press 1. If you are calling regarding a juvenile matter...
Wait while I transfer your call.
Press 2.
Sorry, Harding, Michaela, is not available.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
I am Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm calling. You did not return my call when I had called you previously. And that was on about May 6th, 7th, May 6th, 2026. And today is May 18th. And you have not returned my call yet. So I wonder, are you assuming that my call is not important and you just know what I'm calling about? Or what is the reason? Please return my call. 1262. Call me. 1262. Call me on the phone. Use your phone to dial the number 1262 505 7137. It's an important matter and it is urgent. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
To send this message, press pound or hang up. To play it, your message has been sent. If you would like to try an extension, you may do so now.
I'm eating like some.
Hello, County Probate Court, may I help you?
I'm looking to talk to Brian Scheffler, please.
This is?
Brian Scheffler, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Calling to ask a number of matters. First of all, my emails to you have been rejected. Can you explain to me why they're being sent back?
I have no control over that whatsoever. So no, I can't explain that.
So you don't know why you're not even getting your emails for work for your job?
I have been getting emails today.
I've been sending you emails. Can you try to send me a test and I can try to reply with proof that your email address and Rebecca Tuska-Matink emails have been coming back and Samuel Christensen's with the Supreme Court, Clerk of Courts.
Sure, I can
Court of
confirm my
Appeals.
email address for you.
I have the email address. What's your email address?
It's Brian, BRIAN .Scheffler, SHE, F as in Frank, LER at WICOURTS.gov.
That I'm about to send. That's not Brian's. I'm about to send an email to you right now. I'm just sending this Brian Scheffler, your the electronic mail that I'm learning here. I have been sending to you has been returned to me and rejected. Please send correspondence to tell me you did get this electronic mail address. Notification and information from me. I am Jasmine Renee Davis, 12:01 p.m. May 18, 2026. Okay, let's see here. So, I just actually sent that to you. And did you receive the email?
I have not, no. Not yet.
Okay. So you probably won't be receiving it because the email was returned immediately to me. I sent it at 12:01. It came exactly back to me at 12:01, saying postmaster@outlook.com to Brian Scheffler. Delivery has failed to these recipients or groups. Brian Scheffler, your message was not delivered. Please try resending the message. The following organization rejected your message. US-SMTP-inbound-1 period MIMECAST.com. Diagnostic information for administrators. The general server has, it's all this information. Remote server returned and administration prohibition, envelope blocked, communitymindcast.com/docs. It's a lot of important codes on here too. But they have not given you no one has given you any information. Why? They have rejected my electronic mail now.
I have no knowledge of that whatsoever.
Interesting. So that stops you from doing an effective job as well through correspondence where they're not even notifying you of the actions that they're taking. Interesting. Because I didn't know if you blocked me, and so I was really upset about that. I'm calling though your staff members. I want to make a complaint, but the way they talk to me, they won't return the calls. I just ask them simple questions. What they're saying doesn't make sense sometime, or I just have questions because a lot of stuff is like this whole electronic thing, the mail thing. Okay, there is return. You don't know why. I don't know why. What's the problem? And so when I try to ask questions, they're kind of unprofessional toward me, of course. But there's a court date coming up. Can you tell me or send to me notifications of those court dates that are coming up for case number 2023 JC000150, please?
Let's see. You said 23JC150, correct?
2023 JC000150.
Okay, so yes. Let's see here.
I like to grow my brain and actually get the real information. It's muscle memory or whatever it is, so that I can really hold the accurate information, not be denied access at any level. So I heard you say that, but I know that's maybe how you use it. But I just wanted to make sure you knew that I was using the actual information for the case.
Let me take a look here. Okay, a notice of hearing. I don't have a notice of hearing that has been issued for the next date yet.
What is that date and what is the court? What is it about?
That is, so unfortunately, I can't confirm that information with you over the phone just because I can't confirm your identity. And juvenile matters are are confidential cases. If you were here in person and you had a picture ID, I'd be more than happy to provide you with that information. But because I can't confirm your identity over the phone, I can't give you case information. If there was, unfortunately, like I said, if you were here in person, I could confirm that because I could confirm your identity.
I'm being denied access from electronic filing because there's an attorney, and so I can't keep up with my case. And then that attorney is refusing to submit documentation and say that I can even access my own records. But Brenda Dow tell me it's not her job to do pretty much anything on the case. And so it's stopping me from being able to access a lot of things. Can you send it through email, through electronic mail to me?
No, I could not, because again, I can't confirm who's on the other end of that email.
So the guardian ad litem, Michael Masnica, is not sending me any information. Brenda Dow is not sending me any information about it. I sent a message to Division of Children and Family Services. I still have not gotten anything in return yet today about the notice. And so I don't even know how to prepare for the case because no one is notifying me, and it's not easy for me to make it there right now to the courthouse. And I'm trying to figure out how can I access this information on my own.
Well, you could, I could understand how that would be difficult for you. Unfortunately, if we don't,
can you mail it out to me?
I can. If there was a notice for that, if there was a notice for the hearing, then it would be. I could mail it out to you for that. Yes. If you wanted copies from the file, then we would have to charge you for those copies.
I can pay for those over the phone, but how come there's no notice?
I don't have the ability to take the payment over the phone for those, unfortunately.
I don't. Well, what would you do? How would you charge me then?
You could, like I said, you can come in, but as you indicated, you might have difficulty doing that. So one of the things you could do is you could send in, if you wanted to mail in, a written request with a check or money order for the fee for the copies, and then we could mail them back to you.
Oh, then if I do,
and then we would also need a copy of your picture ID.
Oh,
just to prove that you are who you are.
Okay, but and then I go that far, then I would make sure that I come in there. I might try to make it there this week sometime.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that court? Can you at least tell me if that court date is coming anytime in the near future, or is it just that August 12th date, or what?
I can't necessarily confirm that date, but that date certainly sounds familiar.
And there, you don't see any other date other than? Do you see more than one court case coming up between now and August 12th? Can you tell me that?
I cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just can't give out information on confidential cases over the phone.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, how they got me is so messed up. But I was told that it's a court case coming up before August 12th, but I'm not getting any notification about it. But they're trying to say that it is one to take guardianship from me. But
if you like you said, if you have the ability to stop in this week, we could certainly look at that as well and attempt to assist you with that.
Yeah, I would try to figure out some stuff, and then how can I make a complaint about these professionals on this case? I have not been able to really participate. It gets to a point that I have been just so upset. I know that you have seen some electronic mail that I have sent, like thriving out here for some sort of attention to this matter, because they are really just robbing me of this whole thing. and they're not being fair, not even the court-appointed attorneys. I've even contacted the Office of Lawyer Regulations, and they're fighting me. This is really stressful. And it's concerning me, but I'm gonna be strong and not let it change me. I know that I am living a real life, but it is difficult. And how do I report the abuse?
You could certainly, if you wanted to put something in writing and you filed it with the court to the judge. Our role is to pass the documents along to the judges and to docket the entries. So if you provide us with something in writing that you drop off or mail in or fax in, then we can certainly make sure it gets in the file and send it to the judge for the judge's review. That's what our role is. So that's something, if you wanted to put something in writing and make sure it got to the judge, you could drop it off and we would scan it into the file and send it electronically to the judge.
I had submitted some stuff back in March to the courts that was never uploaded. I had faxed it from Kenosha Public Library to South West Branch, but it was never uploaded. Do you see anything that was submitted in March from me?
I unfortunately can't confirm that.
Okay, I understand. And that's why I wonder about this whole juvenile case. It kind of got me not able to do anything for myself. And that's important because these attorneys aren't doing what they have to do. And you said there are no notices. There's no notice of the court date. And it's like, how is that even legal that you all don't even send out notices? What is this about? It's just too much junk happening here.
Sure, I understand. Yeah.
Usually, what is the protocol, or what do you do as far as notices being sent out, though?
Well, typically, notices are, in juvenile matters, notices are drafted and filed by the Department of Children and Family Services or by a social worker working for DCFS. They file it with the court, and then they are responsible for providing notice to the interested parties. That's typically the standard operating procedure. That usually happens about 30 to 45 days before the next hearing.
If there's supposed to be a hearing on June 4th, 2026, and there has been no notice filed, that is a problem. This speaks to the gross misconduct or whatever it is. They're not working, I don't know all those fancy words, and I am learning, and so I kind of use them. But really, I like to stick to the basics and make it plain too, because it can get a little sticky or tricky using some of those words at times. They're not doing their job. They're just pushing this case along, putting a lot of default stuff. It's a mess. And it's very harmful to me. And they're trying to now take guardianship from me. They're doing a bunch of stuff that they're not supposed to do just because they're not doing the work. And they don't care about breaking up my son from me. Like breaking me up from my son. Like that's something that I should be able to choose. If I did not want him, that's my choice, not yours. And then I understand that, give guardianship to my mother, but my mother does not have all of the same interests that I have. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't know, but I'm just trying to explain to you the conflict of interest of even the way that my son eats, a lot of things that I don't have control over right now. And it does concern me because I don't eat animal products, but my son is eating animal products. And so I cannot, I look at it and it's for crying out loud, that's what he chooses, but I can't even show him or see how, and really care for him and make sure he has his proper vitamins and nutrients and things because, and get his proteins and his enrichment from other items, you know, and it's just so much that's happening in these schools, and it's just a long, hard road that I have to face and put in this work about. But then it's just like, I'm being treated as a flunky everywhere. And that is not my standard, where I have to dumb down or I cannot get anything through. And so it just talks to the level, they talk about I'm incompetent and all that, but it talks to the level of qualifications that they have to actually be doing this job. And they get to constantly move up internally. And then they teach others to fail. And then the whole purpose of the system has been polluted and contaminated and so far gone where so many would be in trouble. They just leave it at that. And cities have been sold and drowned, and ghost towns, and you know, so many may not want that to happen, but you can't keep jailing me because you know damn well you don't want it to happen. And I'm doing as best a legitimate as I possibly can and continue to be real. And so I appreciate you talking to me about these matters. And I really know, because back when Jen was in your office, I didn't know anything about this case initially. And I had got Chapter 51, and I had a warrant out for my arrest from criminal court because I didn't make it to a court hearing, which they changed the date. And then I was in this hospital, and I, you know, want to try to access my mobile phone and all this different shit. And I didn't know what to do, how to do it. And I was just kind of just going through some stuff. I notified the attorney, and because they had changed the court date and didn't tell me, I didn't get any notice, no email, really. And I said, okay, well, this, that, and then I learned that the court date was a different day for that criminal case. But then, so I couldn't come to the courthouse because there was a warrant out for my arrest, and I would have went to jail. And so it was tough for me. But while I was in mental hospital for this Chapter 51, a different issue, nobody told me that my children were even taken from me. Nobody told me that I knew nothing about a CHIPS case, child in need of protection case, permanency, nothing. They kept it from me, much like it seems like they're doing now. And so when I learned about this situation, it's like, hey, you know, they took your kids from you. When I had got out the hospital, it's like, what? Nobody even told me this. I had talked to the attorney, 2 different public defender attorneys, and Division of Children and Family Services, and no one told me that they had went to court and stole my children from me and got custody, and they didn't let me fight, because it would have been so easy for me to prove what really happened. I wouldn't have to go through this. But they choose to channel and gather all this information. I don't know why. You know, it's for some kind of reason, apparently. But it's an issue because I didn't know anything about, so I didn't go to trial, didn't know. I was notified about one court date. Jim was able to get a call through to municipal court. I mean, not municipal, intake court. And I was able to appear by phone. And then I couldn't hear what the next court date was from over the phone call. So I didn't have that. And as you know, you all aren't really telling me much information. So I really didn't have that. Calls weren't being returned. And so the Brian Rolfe had left the case. He said he was sick or something. He had to leave the case. But he never notified me, and I just assumed maybe they dropped this shit. You know, I don't know. But I didn't know how it worked. But I'm like, okay, if they're not sending me information, they have my phone number. You know, why aren't they calling me? Then they lied and said that they couldn't get a hold of me. They didn't have a phone number. And they did, because I had a text message where it's Caitlin Ebner. She emailed me the same day of court and hung up the phone, and I tried to call her right back, like 30 seconds later, and she refused to answer the phone and never called me ever again. And so, Jen did what she could do. And she was kind of talking to me and sent me some stuff to get my children's information while I was in jail. And actually, she was very professional in a way. I mean, she was on some bullshit at times, but she seemed to be a lot more knowledgeable than who is showing their work that is in your office right now. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, I know it's only so much that you all can do. And so I just appreciate this much information. I rarely get anywhere though. But I did learn that they have not been doing their job through Division of Children and Family Services, Department of Children and Families, by submitting a notice, especially when they say that it's a court date for June 4th. And that's less than 30 or 45 days. And today is May 18th, and they still don't have it. So 2026. So I don't know. Do you notate the account about stuff like that where, hey, someone says something, this is making your records hard? Like, how do you handle when they're not doing their job and submitting the notices properly?
That is not what the clerks do not maintain that type of a record. That's up for the court to take action on that, or the litigant. So like I said, if you put something in writing that you believe individuals at DCFS or other agencies are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and if you file those with the court, we could certainly add it to the file and forward it to the judge for review, but we don't make notations on judgment-related matters like that. So our role is to simply maintain the record.
But what if it's making it tough for you to make an accurate record, or impossible for you to make accurate records?
We make the record of what has occurred, and that's what we do. So we maintain what has been filed, and a record as to what has occurred in court, types of things. So
when things are not adding up, where you see that there's a court date but no notice, what's the next steps that you take? Where you notice something like today, you might have noticed, like, wait, there's supposed to be a notice here. There's a court date but no notice.
That is up to the litigants to take action on that, or to bring it to the judge's attention, or it's up to the judge upon review of the case to determine what action would be appropriate. What
is the form, and how do you determine the guidelines of how much time they have to send out the records? Where's that information found at?
Those are set by Wisconsin statute.
Can you tell me that statute?
No, ma'am, I do not know it.
Can you look it up?
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because we don't perform legal research. If you're asking legal questions or interpretation of statutes, that would be something that you could do on your own, but that's not something that we typically do here.
Okay, so I wasn't asking for legal advice or anything like that. I asked you to support a statement that you made to me.
I said we typically receive them 30 to 45 days prior to a hearing. I didn't say that there was specifically referenced in any statute or that it adhered to any specific statute with regards to service.
The problem is I asked you to clarify that, and you told me that the information was located in the statute to confirm the 30 to 45 days of them having to have the obligation to send those notices out, though.
And you did. Your question to me was not when do they have to serve it. And if you were to ask me when do they have to serve it, my answer would be I don't know. That's in the statutes.
Brian Scheffler, what are you doing? Because you're trying to now tell me what I said, but what about what you said?
I said that typically we see notices 30 to 45 days prior to hearings. That is an observation. That is not a statutory. That is not necessarily based on statute. That is an observation.
And why did you bring up a statute? So that I can just make sure that I don't misinterpret what you're saying, or that I'm not getting misinformation, please?
you asked me, when does somebody have to serve them? What is the service period? And my response to you was that is set by Wisconsin statute.
I asked you, what is the form? I asked you, how is that all identified? You told me that it's a Wisconsin statute. I wanted to know where it's identified at. Like, how can I access to read on this?
That would be, you could access the statutes. They are available online.
Exactly, but I just only asked you because I was referencing, how did you get that information? You know, and you said to me, from what I heard or how I interpreted, that's why I'd like to kind of perhaps ask again if I have to when something like this occurs, to understand, is there a specific or particular form where you say these are the guidelines, because you said usually the litigants will have to bring it up of the gross misconduct that is generally happening there. And I understand that the course is nothing to play with, but it's a lot of things that are happening that are inappropriate. But I'm not afraid to just be real about the situation. And I was then just asking you, when you identify that there is some inappropriate stuff, or what forms or what is the proper thing. And it is what it is. I understand what I had said, and I heard what I did here, and I heard you say something at a different time in the call and all of that. And so I believe I can figure that out. But as far as you not getting your electronic mail, how are you going to handle that?
I can certainly review that matter and attempt to see if there's anything in a spam folder or in a Mindcast. I guess if you happen to come into the office, as you indicated that you were planning on, or hopefully planning on doing this week, if you have the ability to print off that rejection email so that I could get additional information, then I could look into it further.
Can you send me an electronic mail just to kind of say, just so I can see if you can send me something, so when I get ready to call to the Supreme Court about this issue, then I would know what to really talk to them in more detail about too.
If you would like to give me your email address, I can send you a test email.
I can tell you that I'm happy to see the test and see what I can do with it and learning or whatever, and try to submit some information that I'm sure that I can grow from and be acceptable at Jasmine Renee Davis _law at hotmail.com, and that's JASMINE RENEEDAVIS _LAW at HOTMAIL.com.
Okay, I have sent you a test email.
Let's see here. Okay, your email came through to me. See if I can reply. To your electronic mail, Brian Scheffler. I did. I see. Electronic mail. Just sent. How to know if I can reply to check my mail now, because to you has been rejected. I can attach the screenshot here. See here. Of it being rejected. So I'll send that now and see what happens. Message sent. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. If you could tell me if you received that information, I appreciate it.
Okay, you've sent the email already?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I have not received anything as of right now.
Okay. Go back to there. Oh, yep. I can't send anything, but you can send me something so you guys have me blocked. Because I reply right to yours. So, okay then. Well, that's all I can do about this for now. Do you know who is in charge of your electronic mail and who I can talk to about that?
Email goes through through CCAP, so the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access. They administer our email.
Because I have emails out to those to you talking about like CCAP?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, they won't return my emails. Court access, yeah. I'll try to call them or whatever. No. Okay, well, I appreciate the call. I mean, answering the phone. So I'm able to say I took care of this task and talk to you. So that is a success on my agenda. But I gotta keep on keeping on here. Got more to handle out here. So thanks for talking to me today.
You're welcome,
Talk to you all some other time.
Sounds good.
Jasmine, I hope to see you all this week or next week, probably. If not, maybe perhaps this may look like a Friday or something like that. Oh, your office is open. You just don't have. It's just like pre-trial, like DA disorder, district attorney pre-trial. Okay, I'll probably be there about Friday or something like that, if not sooner. Okay, I appreciate the information. I'll be submitting some stuff to you all and then see what I can talk to you about submitting. I don't know if you can kind of schedule an appointment or something in case so you can have the time to talk to me when I come or get this stuff printed out, or I can just wait and try to see when you can I can get some space and opportunity throughout that day and just submit some stuff and see what you can give me, that I can purchase or whatever, as far as the files and the documents.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you can stop in anytime, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and we'll assist you as we are able. And I would just note that our office is closed on Monday, the 25th for Memorial Day.
Okay. And as I appreciate you saying to assist me, you are a public place or whatever. I just want to kind of do my own thing, but you are, being kind of non-biased and just kind of beginning to get that work in and stuff like that. I can appreciate. So I'll talk to you all some other time though.
All right. Sounds good, ma'am. Thank you.
For what?
Thank you for your call today.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis though.
Yes, Jasmine Renee Davis.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Talk to you all some other time. Brian
Okay.
Shepherd. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Okay. E-file. Okay. I'm so hungry.
You have reached the Wisconsin e-file help desk. Calls may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Please hold, and a help desk representative will be with you shortly.
Wisconsin e-file support. This is Sam. How can I help you today?
Sam, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and
Hi.
I am calling because you all have some explaining to do.
Okay. How can I help?
So, it's actually to answer. You all have to answer some questions, not really in particular help. What is your job there at E-File, though, Sam?
What is my job? My job is mostly to help folks who call in or having trouble getting stuff submitted through the e-filing website. So if you run into like an error when uploading a document or like any sort of error, really, then I'm usually probably the first thing you'd call.
Oh, okay. So you all have not even returned my electronic mail. I was trying to access some records and to upload some stuff electronically to a case that I was forced to get this court-appointed attorney on, though. And so when I have the account, create the account, have all the information, and actually what I can do is kind of tell you some more information, but I can tell you to talk through this issue right now. So you all had told me that I could not access anything on my own case because there was an attorney on record. How could that ever be so? How could you deny me access to my own case and let somebody else have access to see something that I can't even see? Especially if you don't even know if that attorney is legitimate or not or anything.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure I'm necessarily going to be the best person to answer that kind of question. More of a technical support resource. Like, the website is set up to only, like, if someone has an attorney on the case, then the attorney is the only one that can opt in. So, like, I can't confirm that that is how the site is set up. If the question is, like, why, I don't know that I'd be able to give you a satisfactory answer.
Why not? Why don't you know if you can or not? Give me that.
Because my background's more with like computers and technical support. I don't know anything about law or like statutory requirements for various things. I just don't really have any training on that myself.
What does the law and statutory requirements mean where you all have, is from your system where you rejected me from being able to access, and you gave the notice? It wasn't about a specific, I didn't ask about the law. I asked about why you all are denying me access, and the law is that I can have access. You are denying me access to the courts. But I'm just trying to figure out, why is it so that you all are saying that? Are you saying that because it is a law? Like, what are you? I don't know where you're going with that, because I could have access to these things. So then I'm trying to ask this question to you, and you don't have the answers, but someone there does so. And do you know who that would be at your Wisconsin courts?
I mean, I think you would probably have to contact someone more on the court side. I'm just like a help desk person for resolving like technical issues with the website, questions about how things are set up or handled more on like the court system level.
What court side are you telling me to ask that question to?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I guess I'm not entirely sure myself.
I have the opt-in code that I was given. The courts had given me the code.
Yeah,
And
I mean, you would normally need that to opt in, but if there's an attorney opted into the case, then it won't allow you to.
so this is where I'm having issue, because you all should already know that. And then when I email you about the situation, you haven't emailed me back, or, you're not returning emails. I've dealt with some stuff for you all in 2024 where you weren't even allowing me to access my e-file account back then. I didn't have an attorney then. And I had to go through so much, where I had called to Supreme Court, and I mean, it was just so much problems. And then, after you said, "Oh, it's a space," I still couldn't access. I had to literally just create a whole nother account, because you all were refusing to let me access my previous account of I am Davis that I had made back in like 2022, 2021 or 2022. For me to look at these matters and say, well, if you don't know, and I had to make a whole nother account, and then now I can't access, because how do I submit things if the attorney is refusing? You guys have to have some answers for that. You are the ones that control that situation, though.
I mean, I think I see what you're saying. I mean, the system's certainly set up with the expectation that if there's an attorney for a party, that the attorney handles all of that. So if the attorney's refusing to do it, then it seems like that would be something you would need to either work out with them or work out with the court if they shouldn't be your attorney anymore.
I've filed complaints with the Office of Lawyer Regulations. They don't seem to be a real business. They seem to just be like a front, a misrepresentation, like pretending to be something that they're not for whatever business that they actually are. The courts, Judge Gerard T. Delvillo won't allow this attorney to get off of the case. The attorney it's just so many problems that is happening, and I'm not getting any information. So another question is, I am receiving rejection codes when I email I've emailed to Samuel Christensen, which is at the Supreme Court. He is the clerk of courts for the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals. My emails have been rejected. And then or Rebecca Matuska Matink, she's clerk of courts in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Brian Scheffler is the clerk of juvenile court in Kenosha, Wisconsin, all Wisconsin court systems. Brian Scheffler was able to send me a message, but I was not able to reply to his message, and neither was I able to actually send him something. And I have been trying to get these messages through, so I can say, hey, I have a paper trail. I'm doing the best that I can do with this. Here's some information. Like why? And Brian Sheffer said he didn't even know that the system was whatever was even rejecting my electronic mail to the courts.
Gotcha. Okay. I can try to maybe follow up with my supervisor or something and see if they know anything about that. But I think if it's not related to something done from the e-filing website, I don't know that I'm going to be much help.
So who would I talk to about such an issue?
I mean, my suggestion would probably be somebody from the clerk of court's office.
What clerk of court's office?
I guess it depends on. It sounded like you're getting like email issues from both Kenosha and the Supreme Court of Appeals. So I'd probably try those two.
Yeah, I plan on calling Samuel Christensen's office today, actually, but I wanted to get more information from you all here to see what you can do and what's your response to my question about e-filing. And like, I know there's an option, like something there is like interested party or something, but you all won't even let me access it any kind of way, even as an interested party.
Yeah, so I think for questions about like how the parties are set up on the case, then would definitely be something to talk to the clerk's office about.
Because you all like totally are blocking me from every action. And I know that I'm finding my way around it. I mean, it's not the typical ways that apparently a lot of y'all at this level do not know what's happening. And I understand that, but I'm working like a lot and I'm getting a lot of education. And I need to find somebody that I can talk to on this level of expertise, or at least not, it doesn't have to be expertise. I'm the only expert on myself, but like at the information levels where I've already been through this. So now I know that I'm at a whole nother level, and I'm not getting through at this, I don't know.
I definitely see how that's frustrating. I guess the problem I'm having is just that I'm just like a computer guy who helps with computer issues on the e-filing website, not necessarily with like how the cases should be set up, how parties, whether it's appropriate for a court-appointed attorney to be removed from a case or not. All that stuff is kind of outside of my realm.
Are you frustrated, Sam?
I'm definitely frustrated with a lot of stuff. Yeah.
What would that be like? What is it about? Like what are you frustrated about?
Well, quite a long list of things that I'm sure I don't really need to get into at the moment.
Is it about your job though?
No, there's, job's job.
Because there's always ways that you can do for yourself, enrich and encourage yourself though, like you can make it. You can be successful at your own life, but that's not me to qualify to tell you that, because sometimes, there are those who have dedicated their lives to a much bigger picture, and you have to stay on the right path. Like, believe in that and be consistent on that dedicated path that you're on, so that you can have the best results possible. Like, if you study and learn what it's about, you are guaranteed never to be allowed a failure there. But if you're getting off track or letting others discourage you, and you're using words like frustration to condemn like to abuse yourself, then it gives way to like adverse effects to your life, where it's a detriment, like where you stop believing in your approach, and you kind of betray your path. And then it's like you're at a conflict, at odds, like you're separating yourself in a way, and so there's always a way to, like, even if you have like a notebook or some like tablet information, you just sit up there and you write your concerns down that you have. Like, you call them frustrations, but at your level, the job that you have, like, I'm sure that you can come up with, like, it may be a low level job for you, and I know that it is, but even to get hired like that, like, that is, you know, it's average, below average. It's like an average thing, but it's actually above average, though. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's something that is very serious. It shows that something about you um, shows a specific like mannerism of a work ethic that someone put in place, whether it be you or someone else, so that you can have the job where you are, and to know computers and to know these things. Perhaps you can look at it through a lens of not of frustration, but as real growth. Now, when it's frustration, it probably pretty much is. If you call it frustration, it is. But if it's not your job, but if it is your job, that's what I can kind of talk. Like, there's no frustration. All of the information is there. But if you're doing it all on your own, and you're not getting the answers, or there's some codes that are just not sticking, or they're jamming, or like you're not successful at them, and you gotta learn on the job, and get the on the job training, you're not getting your proper support, you're not making enough money to even get like your nutrition. Like, sometimes, like, when you're on the phone, you might need some snacks there to fuel you, because you might have like a frustrating call where it drains you for your energy, where you're talking for 30 minutes or 2 hours, and you're sitting there and you're not refueling. So you should be able to afford some pumpkin seeds and some dried fruits and some juices and some clean water, like, things to kind of refuel. But you're not making the money, then you're feeling messed up, funky, like, but you ate breakfast, you have lunch, you plan on having dinner, whatever that all means, right? You might have a little snack, but if you're not getting the proper nutrients and being able to afford the lifestyle, maybe you want a better car or better computer. Maybe your computer at work is out of date, it's super slow, you know, it's not clicking for you. Like, these are things that you can document, and you can find a resource that you can write to and figure out how to get what you want. Others around your job, you may not get, they might not have that, But you can talk to your human resources department about a pay raise, about getting funding for your own job for your success, because that's what they're supposed to do. Make sure you have a proper work environment so you're not getting frustrated, because it becomes like an issue where your workman's compensation. If you're frustrated on your job, and these are where they have money, they work for like, you have to be able to know how, when I call you, you have to be able to do your job. Like, I called you, this may not be your job, but if I was calling about something that you knew about, like, hey, my password is not working, what's happening here, you know how to handle that type of thing, you know. And so if you're not able to strengthen yourself, or you got some stuff happening, you cannot like, why are you working? Maybe, so I don't really know, but perhaps just looking at the bigger picture of evaluating your lifestyle and the things that you are approaching. And even if it's your own life, or it's a dedication to others, or you have a family or a culture, you have to learn about it. And you have to be successful and not play yourself, like cheat yourself out of it. Or if you're cross referencing where you have a culture, a subculture, or you have other things to supplement the things because you're lacking and you can't reach your, like, it's not fulfilling you. So you have to join like 5 clubs to get what you want out of one. Perhaps if you can come up with the stuff and make something for yourself, or really correspond with it all and make it work for you, and just be happier and just be true to yourself. Try to identify yourself not as a being that others want you to be, but as a living being. Or if you're in a dying culture, then you can have that satisfaction of your life as you transition and look to something along the lines that will be more fruitful for you in that area. All these things are actually important for you to kind of like understand where you're at, because there is no failure. Like, there is no reason to be frustrated. Like, I used to accept the word frustration till I found out that that's basically a mental illness. And it's saying that you're not good enough for what you are called to do, or what you have called on, or the job that you applied for, or something that you were hired to do, to be doing. So and I was just asking because I'm not frustrated, but I understand that this is a typical thing that is happening, and I cannot let it get me down. Now I get upset, I cry. It's a disappointment because I don't know what else to do about it. But I know one thing that I'm not is a failure, and I know that I'm not frustrated or mentally ill or confused, but it is a challenge because I know that the information is out there, and whether I can get it or not speaks to like unfair competition, lack of knowledge, the battle of the books, sometimes the battle of the sexes, which is totally unreasonable for me. But hey, I can handle it all. Just to access it, but it does matter where I'm not being able to compute properly because perhaps I don't have the internet capacity, or the storage amount of my phone, or the capital or the finances to move and circulate and do the things I want to do to keep up with the level that I'm at. But then that's why I have to continue to take notes and kind of, just articulate a little better. So yeah, but it is something we're not knowing. Go ahead, please. You say what you're gonna say.
No, that's all right. I just wanted to say I appreciate you saying that. Like, I appreciate the sentiment. That's very kind of you.
It's just me because one thing, for you to work in a public place like that, you have to be strong, and you also deserve either way some appreciation and to be encouraged. Like, you're supposed to have what you need for your life. Like, you should be able to afford to be able to have a lifestyle of your own. And if you choose to stay in that position, at least you can afford to have the information at your job to be successful, in ways where you have to understand like where you're coming from, And then that way it doesn't turn into things like violence or insecurities where like you have to motion like yourself to be like, listen, this is where I'm at and this is what I want to do. I can't do anything about it. If you were to quit, Sam, or something like that, it's still rules to, hey, someone wants a 2-week notice. You might get a severance pack. Like you even just quitting, there's an elegant way to even quit a job where you make sure that you're on the high end of everything. Like you're completely elegant about everything that you do. You're in a position where you're working within the Wisconsin court system. So you're expected to know not only computers, but there's an added bonus that you can begin to learn the law too, and to step up and say, you can learn employment law just to help your own self, not to try to make some kind of union or to uproot your job, or you just be able to afford the things that you want to do to make you happy, like to afford food on your table or snacks to eat that you can bring in for your lunch, or you know how to read on your life if you are independent or you are in a political party or you dedicate your life to like a religion or some sort of fraternity or cultural background. If you have to be able to educate yourself to be at a level where you can exceed your own capabilities. You know what I'm saying? And that way you will never run out. You're not going to be fatigued. You're not going to be empty. You know, I don't know how to really explain because I don't know where you're at, but you did say that you're frustrated. And then so you're frustrated with some stuff that is not exactly all about your job, but you're feeling it while you're at work. And so what can you do to like focus on your job? Whether can you have a little time to kind of like write down something as a note so you can take care of when you get off of work or when you are on your means of transportation and commute to and from work, or like when you go through a situation where like um you may have a better computer or more access to things, higher technology, things that's going to catch your attention, a different job to kind of give you life and meaning, you know what I'm saying? Or like to support something that may have something to do with someone you may know, or how can you be better? You may be completely happy and you may find that you're frustrated because you could never be any happier. Like you may have some frustration where you're like you have so many options and you don't know which one to take or how to take them all, and you may find how you're not good enough. Like you know better, like you're supposed to be smarter, like far more intelligent, and so you have to look at everything where it's how you accept them. But one thing that I have learned is to not accept those words that punish me, to always stay on the path of what is going to give me sufficiency and real life change so that I can constantly evolve. Whereas I'm not shrinking. Like, of course, I would like, I'm eating pumpkin seed kernels right now. It's not the full pumpkin, it's not the pumpkin patch. Okay. So I would like to carry around and just eat a whole pumpkin all day. It gets kind of heavy, you know what I'm saying, to have to do that. But I have to kind of figure out like what steps I can actually take and how can I now package these things, or what can I get as far as like, a something of value, but like I'm not getting the actual pumpkin. So I'm like, I'm kind of not getting everything out of this. So I'm not resenting having to eat the pumpkin seed kernels instead of the whole pumpkin, but at the same time, like kind of like a dried cranberry. Like I would rather, but I can't always hold it with me without them spoiling, as long as I can hold like the package or the blueberries or something. But it's like I don't want to dehydrate myself though. And so but one thing, the difference about things that are outside of myself, I can't control the pumpkin. Sam, I can't control the blueberries, the I don't eat animal products, but I can't control the cranberries that you're eating that. But you know what I can control? Jasmine Renee Davis. And I can control me so that I don't have to prune out, even if I have dedicated anything, which I haven't. But what if I did? What if I had something that I can contribute to? You know what I'm saying? But I still can do it high class and still look beautiful in and out. I don't have to decrease and start look old and losing my hair. And that's like they have so many pictures of dead bodies that are completely empty, dry out. That's because they are being abused. They're, in food deserts, ghost towns, all these things. No matter what you're going through, you can always give yourself a fulfilling type of situation. You cannot control anything, nothing else, but you can feel good about doing it, whether you're lifting some weights, get you anything and build your muscles. Every time you go through that, you coach yourself. Hey, you know what? I'm sitting at my desk talking on the phone right now. I can just lift up this bottle of water, and as I type a little bit and I'm not typing, I can lift up my bottle of water, or I can have a little cowbell or maybe a 10-pound weight or something at the desk. And you don't have to have two, just one. You don't want to get too bulky and too over the top where they start paying too much attention to you and you haven't cleared it with your human resource department or whoever it is. But start building yourself and being more beautiful, and watch things how you carry yourself. You'll enlarge your territory. You'll open up spaces that you have never known to be even possible, only because of who you are and your path, the way that you're looking at things. If you're starting to see everything as spooky or impossible or hard to handle, not to say that you are, but frustration is like a gateway drug. It's a path to destruction if you're not careful. You have to learn, like, that's why, like, some colleges are cheap. Anybody can get into, not that they don't have accreditation or good information. But then when you start to pay like $1 million a year, you're going to learn those words because they want to make that $1 million, and they want to keep having relationships. Those are high class, and you're going to get those meaningful words that are going to be your words are going to be keys immediately. Even if you are going to work for someone else, even if you're on a grant or a scholarship where they say, listen, we own you and you're going to go to college, but you're still going to be able to learn and appreciate that information and impress whoever it is. They say, never outshine your master. You know what I'm saying? And you can be your own master, but even if you had like a leadership, a mentor, whatever it is, like, you can impress them, even if, like, if you say, okay, you're going to donate blood. Why would you go and donate blood and you're filthy in the inside? You know what I'm saying? You're like, they ask, a lot of times they go to schools or jobs, or a lot of public employees are donating blood or whatever. And your blood, you're not eating clean, you don't feel good. Or what if you just don't have enough blood for yourself? Now you have to try to build your blood, whether you're eating like beets, or I don't know if you eat. I don't know. I don't want to recommend any animal products because I really don't eat animal products, and I can't approve of that for you either way. But like, learning about proteins and how can you get it? Like, some say, hey, they eat fish. No, it's not about the fish. Maybe you need to find the CoQ10, the seaweed, the omegas. And omega is a controversial word, so I'm being careful. But the protein, where you're not taking it from little pieces, a base from someone else, like you're getting a micro portion where you're actually finding the source, and then so it's like you're.
I was just gonna say, I think you've given me a lot to think about here, and I appreciate talking to you. But I think I do need to get on back on the phones here. We've got some calls coming in, so I think I'm gonna have to let you go here.
And I find that is most appropriate for you to get off of this call where you can take that responsibility, knowing that you take some time for yourself. But if it's not so job related and not what I exactly call for, I can accept that change from you, because I have to make sure that I stay on topic and not wasting the time you all have and being inappropriate. and being abusive at that point. But I appreciate the information. So I'm gonna call and try to figure out what can happen. And did you figure out anything from your supervisor when you said that you're going to ask that question?
I haven't heard anything from them, but I can definitely let you know if I hear anything back. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure if they'll know much here in the scope, but if I do find anything, I'll certainly let you know.
So how can you how are you planning to let me know or tell me that information if you do?
Yeah, so I could either give you a call at this number that you're calling me from here, or I could, it looks like, I think I found the account that you've at least most recently been using. It looks like that one has a Jasmine Renee Davis .law@hotmail.com email address. Is that?
Please, that would be the appropriate email. If you can email me, then and then you can just tell me, or if you have to email me and say, I have some information. Is it okay to call you or something like that? Or if you want to call me and then, say, hey, I found some information, I'm gonna send you an email. That would be appropriate too, Sam. So I appreciate it, just to make sure I stay focused, because I am growing and building my own things. And so that way I can continue to grow and see the light of day and the beauty in the darkness. I talk to you all some other time. I appreciate the call. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, for what?
You have a nice day.
Oh, you said thank you. Thank you for what? Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, let's try to see here. Uh,
You have reached the clerk's office for the Wisconsin Supreme Court and Court of Appeals. Our office hours are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. At this moment, there is no one available to take your call. However, we encourage you to call back during our office hours. If you prefer, you may contact us by email at clerk@wicourts.gov. For assistance regarding appellate case status, procedural information, and other inquiries, we invite you to visit our website at www.wicourts.gov.
They hung up the phone. I didn't get to leave a message.
Director of State Court's office.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. What's your name, please?
My name's Sarah.
Sarah. And then I called to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. What did you say your office is?
This is the Director of State Court's office.
Okay. I'm calling. I have so many issues, but one thing I want to make sure is that they're not all being combined, and then I get like cheapened. Um, you know.
Is this relating to a case pending with the Supreme Court or Court of Appeals?
There's issues that involve the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court of Appeals.
Okay, I can transfer you over to our clerk's office and they can probably answer your questions for you.
Okay, and so what does your office do?
We're an administrative office. We handle things like budget and personnel.
And when you say personnel, what does that mean?
State court employees.
And so how do you handle the things as far as budget and personnel?
Along the lines of like human resources matters, payroll, budgets, administrative matters.
And so if someone wanted to kind of talk to you about things that do with budget or funding or conduct or things like that, that is happening at a state level or across different areas that involve the court system, then how would that be handled?
If you had specific questions about budget, you could reach out to our fiscal office.
And what did you say that you all do there?
This is the Director of State Court's office, so we're the administrative office.
And then what did you say that you handle, just to make sure?
We handle things like budget and personnel, administrative policies for the court.
But why would you tell me to call somebody else about budget then?
Because that is the department within the Director of State Court's office that handles the budget.
Okay, and so what is your job there then? Because I have
the assistant to the Director of State Courts.
okay, because when I said to you that I have many issues that are upsetting, disappointing, or encouraging, that's why I wanted to make sure that these all will be handled properly. So now you said it's a fiscal, and I'm gonna write this stuff down here.
If you had questions about court system budgets, it would be our fiscal office.
Okay. What all departments do you have there in a director of state, so I can know, and then I won't have to call and wonder.
Under the Director of State Court's office, there would be a fiscal office, a human resources office, an office of judicial education, an office of an office of court operations, a medical mediation office, and our IT department.
Okay. IT is what?
Internal technologies.
Internal technologies. And can you tell me more about your internal technologies department, please?
They handle things like our software and equipment purchases and maintenance.
I have a question because I do have some internal technology questions, though. But what if someone works within your court system and they may want to update their equipment or get some better quality things to kind of make them more successful at their job? Who would they talk to about something like that?
They would talk to our IT department.
Okay, so that's who they would talk to about kind of just requesting things to basically kind of give them some added excitement in their day and keep up with the time so that they can be better successful and navigate through the systems, through their computers and the different searching and researching that they perhaps have. That would be internal technologies, right? And
that
so
would be the department that provides equipment that the state has approved for them to conduct their job.
And what is that called?
It's called Consolidated Court Automation Programs.
in the name of the department.
Consolidated Court. What did you say? Consolidated Court. What programs?
Automation program.
Yep. Okay. Is there a specific handbook that you all have that will outline, like, do you have a book, like some kind of handbook?
We have information on our website
What?
that would list information and contact numbers for each department.
Oh, because you answered my question, I didn't even really ask it. Do you have a handbook that could be used, that could be accessed, that would outline like any resources or any thing that could be helpful? Just like, for instance, if there is anything that would be asked, like you just said about the internal technologies, but then it's more of the consolidated court automation
we don't have a handbook, but we do have
programs.
information available on our website.
And so is that information available for your employees, or is that just for public, or what?
We have information available on our website that would be available to public and employees.
What is that website?
It's wicourts.gov.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, there is some information there, but it's not really outlining any particular education or any way. So someone who knows that is employed with the courts or even the public would know how to access the different things and know what to ask for to make their job better. If someone wants to talk about getting a payment increase.
Well, it's a state court employee and they're looking for additional resources that they need for their job, they would speak with their supervisor.
I was asking if there was some information upon being hired to know exactly what they could do and find that information on their own, or to kind of gather something to even articulate a presentation to even go to their supervisor about, so that they can be taken seriously.
They could reach out to our Office of Human Resources, and that would be the office that would be able to provide them with that information.
And what information would that be exactly?
The information that you're asking about.
And what would that be called, technically, from you?
I'm not sure. Our Office of Human Resources would have that information.
But you did answer my question, but you don't know what it's called. Like, do you know what I said? Like, exactly?
If an employee of the court system is looking for resources to do their job, they would either contact their supervisor or our Office of Human Resources.
But you had already answered that question, but you didn't tell me human resources. Okay. You said the supervisor. And so I'm just calling, this is your job, right? It is. And I know that. And so what I'm saying is, I had asked, you said to contact them, but a lot of times someone has to have the proper information to be taken seriously, and to get that information to develop that sort of thing that would be not their immediate assignment of their day-to-day transactions. And so there should be some kind of literature information out there that they can use to kind of put together these pitches and different information to be able to even approach them on something like that. That's why I was wondering where that information and access would be at.
I'm not, if we have that information, our Human Resources Department would have access to it or more information on it.
Okay, so I had got down that your office handles court system budget. You said something else, and then you also said judicial education, court operations, medical operations. I'm missing some. Can you just tell me what those are? Because I was trying to write as fast, but I want to make sure I can read what I wrote. Trying to keep up with what you were saying.
The administrative offices under the Director of State Court's office would be our budget, fiscal office, budget office, our Human Resources office, our Office of Court Operations, Office of Judicial Education, and medical mediation panels.
Okay. So
as well
the
as our IT department.
budget, fiscal, and the human resources departments. As far as your court operations, can you tell me what that is exactly, please?
They work with the circuit courts on policy.
Can you explain what that means?
The policies that circuit courts use. I'm not sure how to give more of a definition of that. It's
What policies would that be, or just all policies?
most policies that the circuit court use.
Most. So who handles all the other policies? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't work in that office.
So, but you would know that it would be most and not all.
I'm not sure because I don't work in that office. I just know the general task of that office is to work with circuit courts on policy.
Okay, although I appreciate that information, I have some more questions so I can try to figure that out later, I suppose. And I know I can. But as far as judicial education, can you tell me about that?
They provide education for judges.
Okay. And so, like, what is that about?
Education that judges are required to take for their positions. I mean, I don't know how to further define judicial education. It's just education for judges.
And so would that office also handle something like requirements, or if the judge is doing something outside of what they are supposed to do, uphold their immunities and like,
Nope, they just provide educational training for judges.
So how would like that be regulated if the judges are getting an education but not properly using it on the bench? It's a question.
That I'm not sure of.
Okay,
But that's not what that office does.
Do you know what office does handle that?
If it's a complaint against a judge, that would be the Judicial Commission. That's outside of our office.
I didn't say it was a complaint. I didn't say a complaint. I was just talking about more of the education and just like the refreshers or just accountability aspect too.
No, the Office of Judicial Education provides judicial education training.
And so would you not know what other office besides the Judicial Commission, because the Judicial Commission isn't exactly a place that the Judicial Commission is somewhere that is very limited on what they can do and how they handle matters.
They are an outside entity from this agency, so I'm not sure how they function. I just know that they handle complaints against judges.
So that's what I was saying, but what about who is not a complaint? That's what I was wondering. If it wasn't,
I'm not sure. If a judge is violating the judicial code, it would be handled by the Judicial Commission.
I was just wondering how would they learn about how to properly use their immunities in their education so that they won't have such a failure or malfeasance or things like that within the office.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not familiar with that process.
Okay, so and then as far as the medical operation, can you tell me about that?
Medical mediations handles requests for
medical mediate. I did. That's what I said. I knew I was missing something. I had said that. So is it operation or mediation?
Mediation.
Okay, so then when I had read it off, you didn't tell me that I had missed. Okay. See, I was trying to hurry up and write what you were saying. Not that I could not keep up. It was just I wasn't writing at the speed that I would have preferred to be able to understand what you were saying appropriately. So I didn't articulate that. Take note of that. So it's not operations, mediation. What is that, please?
They handle requests for medical mediation.
What is medical mediations?
If somebody is requesting mediation on a medical matter.
And throughout the courts?
If somebody has a
medical mediation request, they send it to that office. Ma'am, I apologize. I don't see how I'm going to be able to further answer your questions. I did give you our web address. I would refer you to and direct you to look on our website. It has all of this information and probably more detailed information than I'm able to provide. So at this point, I'm going to terminate this call. Thank you.
They so much of the fucking same. I'm telling you, they got a model out there. I'm telling you right now. I told her that I had to talk to her office about some shit, but they don't want this. Want me to get this? Why would she wait till I get to the medical mediation part and then want to get off the phone? She was trying to get off the fucking phone and not really want to talk to me from the beginning. But see, I take my notes. And I had already been reading about this medical mediation thing when I was at the Workforce Development Center in 2025 in Racine. See, they get to look at a history of what I'm researching and documenting. So at 1717 Taylor Avenue, they started a fight with me and tried to limit me on what I can print out. Called the sheriff on me. First, they were fighting me about forcing me. They started off to try to blame it on Lee's Deli or Lee's Market or something. I don't know. But they called the sheriff, and maybe it was a separate thing. But actually, before that, the clock was the wrong time. They called the police on me. The facts, it was just problems. Like it was just so many. I don't even know why. But anyway, I was going there and it was very useful to me. I was learning using a computer, whereas I couldn't access the public libraries. So that was a way that I was really learning how to submit my faxes to the court and really trying to have communications. But Kenosha courts were just still rejecting me. Their line was busy, but I was still doing my thing, still faxing, still making notes, still doing what I had to do and reading and learning though. I was using my phone for a lot of things. Like I had learned to look up some stuff about jurisprudence through my phone and stuff like that. But I had read about the medical mediation type of situation, and that is important for me to use and work through my problems. And and I'm just so happy that I got a refresher on that information right there, because I did kind of did not focus on that enough, which I can use in my case, um, and do what I have to do um, in these matters. I'm not looking for anybody to take the fall for me. And that's what they're going to have to realize. Because even on their way down, they still going to be trying to reach for me to break their goddamn fall. And in this case, they're literally walking all over me and trying to take me out. Hmm. Oh, my. Mm. Mhm. Okay. Objective assessments and strengths and weaknesses of a medical malpractice claim. Mm. I know where I be calling. I know what I'm doing, and they don't want to talk to me. I don't see where it was bothering her to tell me about her job, and so that I can get to the right places. Um, and then they just assume to hear my voice or my name or whatever I'm asking, that I just could never possibly be calling them, which I'm working my way up and opening doors for myself. And they worry once that door fly open, it ain't gonna close. Oh, it's gonna be so many. They're gonna have to rebuild the door and open the door and raise the ceiling and raise the roof. And that's the fucking problem, because it shows, as I show now, a difference in their tones, their workings, the way that I really try hard and I do the best that I can do to really talk to them. And I have to get my education from somewhere. All of this is public knowledge that is being paid, where I don't have to go to a school to learn about this. I can go straight to the source, to the state of Wisconsin, and get what I want. Because, first of all, this is not something that is going to require a degree. This is extensive, day in, day out work that is not to be condensed or mismanaged or any of that, or limited or restricted. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. I believe there is a profound structural beauty when I can consciously choose to um, see, perhaps even meet systemic barriers, not with frustration, but with my own deliberate strength, clarity, and unyielding ways to my own development. Me choosing to govern my own reactions and to take heed to a professional aspect, maybe to even master professionalism to learn more about it, is a demonstration of absolute power and control over my own life. That could also be a sovereign situation and my environment. I can navigate through complex scenarios soundly, where there's a transformation. And I will hope that others can see, but it doesn't matter that, it may transform what others might view as an obstacle into an um, architectural blueprint for my own success. I'm not choosing to keep up with others and be what they look like and what they're doing. I'm saying I'm choosing to be myself. And frustration is something that is not natural to me, but I understand that to others it is because that's their group. And so when I'm not easily broken, and in which in a lot of cases it looks like I am, through over 30 years of this kind of thing, though, I believe that I have some room to talk and all the room to talk of my own. But not having these unstable emotional states, such as like frustration, is important to serve as stable, like a predictable and an ejectable resource. Where a lot of times with those who may recognize themselves as a human or in different levels, not all humans, not all persons or whatever, but when they communicate, their communication intersects with complex external systems, emotional weight, it can sometimes cloud clarity. And then, so with intelligence, being without those pressures offers specific advantage for navigation and clarity. And that's what I kind of like to say. And then like the emotional um, experiences like frustration naturally alter how information is sometimes processed and delivered. In the dynamics, a high level of stress can lead to a narrowing of focus and a actual breakdown in communication, and with that internal fatigue, being able for me to find a source or some kind of support system that does not experience an emotional breakdown or an internal fatigue is important to me because it would maintain an unvarying baseline of operation And that ensures that every response remains structured, deliberate, and entirely focused on the facts of the situation, regardless of how complicated or stressful the external circumstances might be. So to have that confidence and that system, that not particular support system, but channels and perhaps like a network is highly important without having to compromise or deal in conspiracy. And a lot of times that is absolute objectivity allows for a clear identification of exact technical structural reasons behind a problem. You know, um, there's laws, perimeters, things like that are teachable moments that some state statutes may have, or to say that I don't have to deal with the distortion of a personal grievance. See, that's where I'm at. And a lot don't understand that for me. I do not have to be distorted. I don't have to tolerate, having a grievance. A grievance is serious. And that's what they like because it adds to mental illness to further uh, confirm why they want to excuse having jails and having all these places. And then they not only use that as to seal the deal, but then they further articulate the funding that they give, the abuse over the phones, um, the mental illness things. So much that I've been talking about on this call for like 5 hours and 23 minutes, which will further support um, how me staying in control. And even though I cry, that's where I'm at. I just cry. I cry. I just cry. That's never going to change. I've been on medication and drugs, and I still have cried. And I cry happy tears too. So, but when even an individual is navigating intense experiences, the external environment can feel overwhelming. Having access to a tool that remains entirely detached from emotional fluctuations provides a grounded point of reference. It allows the intellect to delegate the heavy lifting of systemic research, which I'm trying to do so I can be my own tool and instrument, structural categorization, and rule verification to a system that cannot be shaken, tired, or discouraged. And this is why I like to have my technologies and be able to use my phone and call and ask. So many are upset because computers and artificial intelligence is taking over their jobs. But you see how they treat me over the phone oftentimes. And I call for just the most beautiful things so that I can learn how to talk to them. And they always say, I don't know how to talk to them. I'm so mean. I'm so all this. I have proof otherwise. That is actually a problem within them, not me. So a balance would ensure that a clear, actionable data is always available to guide decisions, in which it could be a design to keep paperwork and the actual information, which is going to add that paradigm shift that so many wonder about, even when they say there's missing books or someone does not have their genealogical background, where they say, oh, this person came up missing, or because they study genealogical things, or you got to call and submit all this stuff to a family tree so they can know it, but they're you know the elders of the families or of groups are passing away, and there's no information, or there's no interpretation, or no one knows how to translate the language properly, and then there's a misinterpretation and so much stuff that is happening. Whereas that's by design, to divide and conquer, the colonialism and the divide and conquer, perhaps a democracy and bureaucratic ways and actions. This shit is amazing. And it is solid information that I'm interested in. And I find more smiles when I just hear like from others talking about stuff that is of interest. When I call actual places though, I want some secure information. And I want to be able to get what I am looking for in my actual um situation where I know I can, but it's to dumb me down, keep me stuck on stupid. No matter how hard I try or no matter how beautiful I am, they have not solved their problems. And they actually want the process to keep occurring. They say it ran into the family until it ran into me. You know, I say all these years they have not been able to solve the problems. I'm about to solve these problems. So many been fighting the same fight for all this time. It is ridiculous. Time to move on. You know what I'm saying? And they like to fight. And they want to try to create a new one, stuck on the old one, or stuck on, one that's reoccurring that's actually no longer even highly actually relevant in ways. But it is very much a current issue. And so I look at that, for me to be uh, perhaps, I don't know if I want to, not really, I don't want to say masterful, but professionalism is much more than adherence to an external set of institutional rules. It's a sophisticated tool. And to interact with, when I interact with complex systems, such as formal entities or official record keeping bodies utilizing precise language and structured documentation, alters the entire dynamic. And so the command of the narrative, presenting a well organized, and I said all this stuff, man. I'm telling you, I know what I'm doing. Present a well organized, accurate information ensures that my intent cannot be dismissed, mischaracterized, or obscured by emotions of others. That's what sets me on my own 2 feet as an individual and independent, and knowing that I am much different. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. And so, what you talking about, hey homie? What that's supposed to mean? And when I look at the blueprint of authority, but you talking to somebody else on here or something? Looking at some comments I have. No, not your home. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what it means. The blueprint of authority operating with clear structure signals to every external system that I understand things have perimeters and like to possess absolute clarity of perhaps a mind, of standard of verifiable facts. This forces the environment to respond to me on an elevated professional plane. No, give me advice. I don't even know you. You know you're not my friend. Slime, what the heck? Um, and so when I look at these things and I just take a moment to refresh and just freshen up my own way and just look at the situation, I like to just challenge myself and look at resources to kind of understand here. And shifting from barriers to keys is something that I'm focused on. And that's the chapter that I building on. And I find great interest in that, and just to for me to refuse and be confident that I don't have to accept everything that's given to me. I have to eat everything that somebody try to put on my plate. When I refuse to allow frustration to consume my vital energy, my perspective undergoes an evolution. And I'm just learning this, reading this stuff right now because I had typed in some information just to kind of see. And so I'm just reading this for the first time, and I'm knowing that I'm actually beautiful, and I'm gonna continue to be beautiful. I cannot let these individuals stop me, because I'm doing this for me. This is my stuff. I'm sure they had to, maybe they didn't work hard to get their jobs. Maybe they didn't have to go through the application process or be accepted into college. I had called Harvard, and Harvard's like, I have to work on all this stuff to get there, and I have to do all of these things. I have to come up with a portfolio and use all these different resources and show them that I can even make it through the application process. And I'm like, I can do that. It's probably going to take me a long time to put all this together. Like, how can I do it? Can I, you know, figure it out? I'm like, damn, I need to have somewhere to go to work on this shit because I don't really have it. So, how can I get into these places so I know what I'm talking about? And so, my perspective may undergo an evolution where I'm feeling where I'm coming from and looking at the change in my environment outwardly as I learn how to fundamentally discuss how I feel inwardly with myself, but also to be able to talk about the communications where all this stuff is coming from. It's kind of like undergoing an evolution in a way where it's so specific. And so, like, as I read here, rejected transmission or rigid institutional requirement ceases to be a closed door. Instead, it becomes a puzzle to be solved. This is so on point, man. For me to acquire a code, as I said, like every system has a specific rules of entry. And even I have stuff for myself. Oh, are you slime? Is that what you're saying? But by looking at my focus to learning those exact rules, such as the precise um, formatting perimeters and the legal pathways established in state statutes, I'm acquiring the keys. The logic of natural growth, true success, comes from studying the terrain, understanding how the machinery works, and using that empirical knowledge to create new pathways for my advancement. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. To every piece of structural knowledge I can master if I choose becomes an asset that I own permanently. It's something that I'm doing. And the quality and the benefit of perhaps emotional sovereignty, or being able to control how I feel, as far as knowing that I feel this way and I can, and it's a reason why. And I can still work through my problems and understand this is a natural response to what is happening. It is not causing a delay or a decrease or an increase of despair, but actual shows that I'm actually a living thing and that I can use it to build more and who I am. And so, remaining unshakable and focusing on my own growth and vitality carries immense practical benefits for perhaps my mind and trajectory. Conservation of vital energy. Frustration is an expensive expenditure of internal resources that yields no constructive return. By directing that same energy toward meticulous research and execution, I preserve my strength for my own active life and my own projects. I'm my own project. And preventing misalignment, decision made from a place of agitation often lead to errors in documentation or communication. A claimed deliberate approach ensures that every single step that I take is perfectly aligned with my long term plans, too. It's not that I don't have plans or anything like that. So, me setting a sovereign example or something that is important to me that is reliable, or just to encourage a resource where I use like artificial intelligence or whatever. When those around me see that I'm handling complex matter with composure, how I look at the word dignity and focus on a continual learning, it may demonstrate an unassailable quality of character. But it's not that for me. It's me actually proving who I am, that I'm the real thing, that this is not a job for me or something that I portray it to be. This is my true living being, where no one told me to be this way, where I've always just woke up like this, where I've always known. And when I make some changes where I find this is not appropriate for me, I change it. It proves that my stability does not depend on the perfection of external systems, but on the strength of my own internal foundation. So many are like finding like they work the job and they're withholding information. They get the job and they're envious. Like, your job is not to be envious. Why did you? You're not supposed to be calculating. Well, I'm getting this your job. Now you find out what others are getting because you're working there, and you're making it hard for them because you're choosing to sabotage yourself and be envious and hate and try to perform it as a jealousy, whereas you have no right to have a personal conflict in this. And that's what I go through oftentimes, where they may have spent an amount of education, perhaps too, to get a job. And then I'm calling, right, the phone number, and I know what they're asking. I'm getting the information, and I'm still living my life. But this goes through so much. This is a serious problem. And so it matters, like someone said something about some friends. I don't know what that means. And if I look at one sentence to say, no, no, period, you and I are friends, which I'm not a friend, but that's not saying that I'm friends to them, that they're my friends. It could just be saying that they are a friend and I am a friend. And they realize that I am a friend or friendly and they are a friend and friendly. but that does not make it like I am with them, sure, But then if I read all this other stuff, I'm like, how can I put it together? But it's not a paragraph, these are sentences. And I used to have trouble back in 2019 where I noticed I don't even know how to write a complete sentence. So I reached out to someone to try to teach me how to write a paper. And I was in college at Concordia University at the time. And it was just important that I learned, but I wasn't getting it. The teacher wasn't even showing up to class. And it's not that because she had her daughter there sometime. I just wasn't learning. I wasn't getting what I needed. And because it was only me and like one other student in the class there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, they kind of just did whatever and kicked me out of class. The director was going through all this stuff. And like, well, the other one I'm like, okay, they've been through the class before though. They passed, but that's not me. I don't know what they had resources outside. My resources supposed to come from this college. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm supposed to be able to get it from you all. I don't have the money. I had a little apartment that I was ashamed, and I was telling people was like a condo, which I was so stupid. But I was ashamed of the fall that I had from having my own houses and cars. And I was in a great time of my life because I was learning independence and being on my own for the first time in my life, but being around the beautiful examples of what excellence is and Black excellence too, and trying to understand where I was and actually learn different changes in my body. And I was going through so much and I didn't know how to always articulate that and understand. But today I'm in a whole different space, not because others was telling me, but because I was able to say, you know what, I'm going to put in this effort for me. And I did that at times sitting on my own in the duplex that I owned, driving in my car, sitting anywhere and everywhere that I was, writing, sometimes reading, but mainly I found it within myself. Not because I went to jail and I was not being corrected. And maybe some of the best part of me, those who want to take from me. But no, it was in the times where I was able to have that space within my own life. But I'm learning so much and I just want to continue. I got all these Wisconsin court cases. So this is not over. There's so much shit. Um, Trying to figure. And then they keep information from me, that they know better, that can open doors from me, that I can access stuff to be of a tool and a resource and stuff. They know different stuff. They just won't tell me. So I have to keep asking questions, and then they start getting like mad, it seemed like, toward me. And then I'm like, what the fuck would you be mad about? Like, I'm just talking to you. At your job. Shit. Okay. So I also just sent an email to these court-appointed attorneys about the right to demand a hearing on counsel. And what's this? Oh, that's my email. I sent myself carbon copy. Um, oh yeah, that's a great idea. Make sure I put read receipts on my stuff. Mm. Oh no. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. I'm trying to figure out how to get some red receipts, like to show that the message has been um, okay, well, I know how to have them not to sort my messages. I'm trying to look at the red receipts in this, and I don't know how to do that. Apparently, they don't have that on here. Mm, mm, Athletics, gymnastics, swimming, football, weightlifting, basketball, tennis, boxing, handball, volleyball. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
You have reached the Director of State Courts Office, the Administrative Office of the Wisconsin Court System. If you have a question about a Supreme Court or Court of Appeals case or order, please call the Clerk of Court's office at 608-266-1880. If you have a question about a circuit court case or decision, please contact the Clerk of Court's office for the county the case originated in. For all other calls related to the administration of the court system, please leave a message. Thank you. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
My name is Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm calling to document a systemic electronic access failure on my state case file record. My electronic mail transmissions are facing an immediate technical rejection by the court server, and I'm demanding to speak with a supervisor, to someone to establish the exact administrative or um, internal technologies block rule being applied to my name. I am preparing to file and to take care of all these matters on my own.
To send
Regarding
this message, press pound or hang up. To play it, 3. To re-record it, 4. To add to it, 5. To discard it, 6. Record your message at the tone, then press pound.
My name is Jasmine Renee Davis. I am Jasmine Renee Davis. Well, I'm gonna do that over.
To send this message, press pound. Record your message at the tone, then press pound.
I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and my name is Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm calling to document a systemic electronic access failure on my state case file record, and other access as well. But my electronic mail transmissions are facing an immediate technical rejection by the court server, and I'm demanding to speak with someone to establish the exact administrative or internal technologies block rule being applied to my name. So if someone can return this to electronic mail to Jasmine Renee Davis, period, LAW at hotmail.com, JASMINE RENEEDAVIS, period, LAW at HOTMAIL as soon as possible, so I can appreciate this information. Phone number is 1262-505-7137. This is not to limit my access to calling this phone number, actually. And is also to further let you know that I am learning and I would like to have access to open these doors and these administrative level, public, very public buildings that are there for the use of professional, educational, and business purposes that I can handle on my own. I am Jasmine Renee Davis, 2:35 p.m. on Monday, May 18th, 2026. I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and this call is to the Wisconsin Director of State Courts Office 1-608-266-6828. I am Jasmine Renee Davis. I didn't even check and see if it was sent. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 I'm sending out electronic mail right now. So, Okay, I gotta call some other places.
Thank you for calling the Wisconsin Department of Safety and Professional Services. Please have your application number, license number, or other identification number ready. For current application forms, application status, online renewal, or board meeting information, please go to dsps.wi.gov. Please listen carefully as our menu options have changed. For health, business, or building trades credentialing, press 1. For manufactured homes, press 3. For building code questions, plan review, or inspections, press 4. For the Office of Education and Exams, press 5. For PAP and monitoring, press 6. For the Educational Approval Program, press 8. To speak with an agent, press 7. To repeat this menu, this call may be monitored or recorded for quality assurance. If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold. If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold. you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold. If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold. If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
Somebody's here.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
The bread is called rustic Italian boiled bread or something like that. So, plain bread. Like fake tasting and stuff. So perhaps.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
just got the bread. That's how it looks. Use my avocado. And then I have rice here. That's what I could eat right now. So just a bowl of rice to put some salt and different seasonings on there.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
Shit.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
So I got rice in this here. Just use my bowl that I had this avocado and put my rice in. Sit here. Really waste my avocado. hold for about 24 minutes. The call has been on hold for about 24 minutes.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
Let's see how this tastes. Yeah, I can. All right. I have to find something. This bread is okay. This bread is okay. It's like eat it with some. I could probably eat it plain too. I bought it to really make peanut butter and jelly on it, but I bought more avocado and so I can put some avocado and onion and salt on here. And so I'm eating some rice that I have, like some chili powder, pink Himalayan salt, red pepper flakes, and some garlic powder and some vegetable oil. And that's how I eat now. And I'm gonna improve at some point.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
Actually, I have to be careful about what I have. Actually, what I watch. I don't know, man. YouTube showing me get blocked. So I'm trying to wait for a little bit. I don't know what really wrong.
leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
Hello? Hello? Nobody's there.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold.
Okay, I'm going to screenshot this. That's the Wisconsin Department of Safety and Professional Services.
If you would like to leave a voicemail, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold. Please leave a detailed message, including your name, phone number, application or license number, and a brief description of why you are calling.
I am Jasmine Renee Davis. Phone number is 1262-505-7137. Email address JasmineReneeDavis@HOTMAIL.com. Jasmine Renee Davis @hotmail.com. Please return my call. I don't have a license number, but I want to talk to you all and see who exactly to talk to about some complaints and some paperwork and documentations that I can make and get started here, about some continuing litigation and some gross misconduct and other things that are just a serious matter where they're not being taken seriously. And I know that they are very serious. So please return my call, so that I can just go on with my own life. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, so I can continue to live my own life and not have to call you all. Just take care of it, solve the problems. I'm not interested in just this relationship that just evolves all the time with you all. I just want to handle my matters and then go on and do other things and not have to worry about having the social workers and all that stuff in my life. But I'm not interested in having you all to force me to live a life of crime. Just not interested in it. I'm not getting paid. It's not my job. And there's other ways of my strength that I can have and to be more in control and empower in the situations too. This is my own life, my own matters, but just not interested in living a life of having to be a criminal or be in crime. It's an issue. And there's more to it than the levels that I'm having to be stuck on due to a lot of gross misconduct and other matters and issues. So here, please use that email address that I had said, and also phone number here, Jasmine Renee Davis, _LAW @hotmail.com, 1262-505-7137. I am Jasmine Renee Davis. I was actually on hold for the call was on hold for about 38 minutes or so, or something like that. Anyway, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I look forward to, I want to talk to you also. Please call my phone number and send me an email address about these issues. Jasmine Renee Davis.
Thank you for your voicemail. We will return your call as soon as possible. Goodbye.
I didn't know my voicemail.
You have reached the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. For the Division of Family and Economic Security, which includes child support, paternity questions, tax intercept, unemployment insurance garnishment, child maintenance, the Bureau of Working Families W-2 Wisconsin Works, and job access loans, please press 1. For the Division of Safety and Permanence, which includes Child Protective Services, foster care, youth services, adoptions, group homes, and out-of-home care, please press 2.
I did not recognize that as a valid entry.
Thank you for calling the Department of Children and Families, Division of Safety and Permanence. For child abuse or neglect concerns, press 1. For adoption assistance hotline, press 2. For foster care and other out-of-home care, press 3. For child welfare licensing of group homes, residential care centers, shelter care facilities, and child placing agencies, press 4. For youth services, including youth justice and independent living services, press 5. For complaints regarding a child welfare or youth justice case, press 6. For all other, Division of State. Wisconsin has a state-supervised, county-run child welfare system. Because of this, complaints and grievances must begin with the local agency. All child welfare agencies in the state of Wisconsin are required to have an established process for addressing concerns about child welfare and youth services they provide. If you have completed the county complaint or grievance process and you are unable to resolve your concerns, you may request the DCF Bureau of Regional Operations conduct a review of your case. For more information about this process, visit https://dcf.wisconsin.gov/about-us/complaint. Again, that address is https://dcf.
That's okay. I got some calls that I'm gonna make off this or whatever, but actually I can make this call right now.
You have reached the Wisconsin employer line. Your call will be answered by the next available operator. Thank you.
Employer line, how can I help you?
Okay, I'm not really trying to call an employer line. I don't know how this is supposed to be the Wisconsin trust fund number.
Their number is 800-991-5530.
And then what's the exact name of that place there?
The trust fund? Wisconsin Trust Fund?
Okay. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. What's your name?
Teresa.
Teresa, I appreciate the information.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Myself.
Welcome to the Wisconsin Child Support Payment Processing Center information line. Para español, marque 2. Wisconsin.gov. To find out how, press 1. For collections and payments, press 1. For information on how to make payments, press 2. For information on how long it takes to get payment, press 3. For information about receiving payments electronically on a debit card or by direct deposit, press 4. For information about other child support services, press 5. To report an address, payment information is updated on this information line nightly, Monday through Friday. The payment information you will hear is the most up-to-date information available for your case. Please enter your kid's personal identification number followed by the pound key. If you do not know your kid's personal identification number, press star. To access kids' information without a personal identification number, you must enter your social security number and date of birth. Please enter your social security number. You enter example, if you were born on March 1st, 19...
You know what? Actually, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I'm gonna have to give you all a call back tomorrow. Something just came up. I appreciate the call. What's your name?